Well, I was trying to get him to throw himself off a cliff. That's not what I had in mind.
Primogen key found.
That's a long way down. Let's not jump down there.
Game failed.
Ha-ha!
Try to donate to the Salvation Army.
Oh no. I think we have two with the same mindset here. It's Bert Bimo! Oh my god, both of you! Both of you! What is wrong with you two? What is wrong with you two? Crap, I don't remember the number from the... Motherfucker! Didn't do anything. Oh no, it's big. Oh god! HP, I was wrong. Hey, surprise! You can catch me. I'm over here now. I'm running over here. I'm running over here, and you still can't catch me. Oh my! Oh, I'm running away. Oh no! Wait! Miscaught that? What the fuck?
It's where the cards are dragged all the captives.
Words is hard.
Forbidden West during the Red Raids.
Braining is difficult.
Once became slave labor.
Dragon is stupid.
Rest were hauled off to...
After I beat him, and I have no rings. Sometimes things just work out. Hang in there, buddy. It's almost Friday. Ah! Jeez! Fuck! God damn you, sick of motherfucker. Shit. Uh-oh. He's kind of walking with haste. Ah, fuck!
I'm Comet, the flame-furred ball of fury. Gotta love me! It's enjoying here now. Even though I'm scared. But it's a bloody wall here. It's a bloody wall of doom. Yep, it's a bloody wall of doom, alright. I knew it. Oh, God, no! It's a whole room of these little blue fuckers! Ah! I can't handle this much blue! It's bad! It's bad! Help me! Help me! I can't handle this much blue! These little guys are gonna kill me! They really are! I'm a scared kitty now! Pussy!
Across entire worlds, dimensions, through the darkest depths of space, and beyond the limits of known time. These are the adventures of the Starship Dragon.
Credit chips clinking, rusted bar, smoke in the air, scars on the wall. He walks in, cloak cut like armor, one red eye tracking it all. They whisper his name in a dozen tongues, every bounty board, every dragon, engines screaming, guns all dragging across the void for a price in blood. We ride the edge of the burning suns. Commander Krim and the starship dragon take the hit and keep on bragging. Danger's home and we're dragging it in. We don't break, we bend, we don't die. We grin, starship dragon, riding it again. Hey.
Everybody put your hands in the air and say, holy shit. Welcome aboard the Starship Dragon, everybody. I'm Commander Krim of the Starship Dragon. Glad to have you all here on this Thursday evening. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Welcome in. It's Thursday. We've almost made it to Friday. The Friday is the day. What day? None of them really in particular. Just it's usually a day that everybody really likes. While that intro was going, it reminded me I wanted to look something up, I did a very quick search, obviously because I only had a couple minutes. I found a pair of red-rimmed sunglasses, very similar to the AI image of me, for about $16. So maybe I can actually cosplay myself. Boy, does that sound so arrogant and narcissistic. Hello, Darth. Thank you for claiming your space bucks. Number 4, I got that one coming right up. Hello, Evan. Enjoy your lurking. Hello, Adukin. Holy shit to you too. How are you? You see, Darth, I gotta say though, you've used this one every time we pull up Hogwarts. The only problem is you don't have MP in this game, so kind of throws off that whole thing, because I mean, while you're not wrong, they still have to cool down, but they don't have MP. So yeah, I don't care either. Fair enough. Welcome to Video Gaming 101. I'm Professor Willie Longwoodcock. Lesson number 4. Mages are typically the most powerful characters in a party until they run out of mana. Then they are about as useful as using wet tissue paper to stop a semi. Making a marinade? What are you making a marinade of, Adukin? I mean, you probably can't hear me because you're lurking and you're probably not at your computer. But if you do hear me, let me know what you're making. I'm curious and want to know why you're not sharing. Well, we're going to be doing one of two things tonight, if not both. We're going to try to, either going to finish the game tonight, or we're going to get Avril Lavigne on a Kababra, whatever, Abracadabra, Cadaverific Cadaveravilus, the Killing Curse. I feel like we're like in the last area. It just kind of feels like we've headed toward the last thing to do. So I don't know if that's actually the case, and I should go try to level up enough to get us a little closer to the Killing Curse, or if I should just, you know, go through the main story and see where it comes out at. I'm not sure yet. I mean, we're already here. I kind of had the feeling I should just move on through the main story and see if we can still do something else afterwards. I mean, I know there's like an end game, but yeah, I'm really hoping to get the Killing Curse before the end of the game. But I think we still need to be level 28 to do something related to it. Yeah, this requires level 28. Never mind. I have my objective. Look at the rewards. All right. How do I gain 3 levels as fast as possible? Uh, we have our quest for the day, for the stream. Get to level 28 and do that mission. We've got it. We're there. We are there.
Adelaide Oaks, isn't it? I received your owl.
Yes, I'm Adelaide Oaks. Oh dear. You see, my uncle Roland is a metal trader who's quite well known in the goblin community.
Hello, Xander.
He normally sends me owls every week when he's on his business travels. In his
Happy
last
Thursday.
owl,
Happy
he
Thursday. How you doing?
dealings with those radical goblins.
While we're walking around here,
Ramrock's
heading
loyalists.
around and stuff,
been ages
some of you
since
guys
that
may have been
owl
paying
and I'm
attention to the
worried.
Discord.
What with the
I
troll
was
attack on
considering
Hogsmeade and
moving
rumours
the.
that goblins may have been involved.
I asked you guys
I'm
what you
fearing the
thought
worst.
about
Should I be worried about my uncle, or
possibly
am I
moving the
overthinking this?
community game night or game streams to
I think you're right to be concerned, Adelaide.
Sunday
Your uncle
instead
may be in
of Friday
trouble.
nights.
You're much more understanding than Professor Weasley.
And I'm getting
She
a
had
mostly
Arthur to look for
positive
him to
response
forbid
out of
me
it.
from leaving the grounds.
Um,
She's convinced he can handle himself, but I can't
So-
concentrate on anything until I know he's all right.
Darth brought up a good question. Are we going to do it? Are we going to, since it
Could
seems to be
you
mostly
try to
positive, do we
find
want to
out
go ahead
for
and do
me?
it this weekend,
From what
this
I
weekend
hear,
or
you're
next?
almost
And
as
I'm thinking that
adventurous as
since
Uncle
we're already
Roland.
this close to Friday, I think we're going to kind of, we're going to wait till not this coming Sunday, but next Sunday to do that. The other reason
I'll
being
try and look into it for you,
that give
Adelaide.
me the opportunity and the reason
He's very
to
thorough
do that
in
other
his
thing that we were
record
talking
keeping.
about,
Notes of
like
his
I
traits
think
in
it
the
was
journal
earlier
and
this
makes
week,
maps.
about me wanting to
In fact,
start.
in his last owl, he drew me a map of his next stop. He planned
Because
to
they
set
start
up
playing
camp north of
MMOs,
here.
but specifically
hope you're able to
a
find
particular
out where he
MMO,
is.
the
Thank
Old
you
Republic,
again for any
because
help you
I
can
actually want to
provide.
play through it and experience its story. Like pretty much the only MMO I've ever played that actually has a story that I care about. I would like to experience more of it, and we're going to pet some pussy while we're here. So, if I move the community streams to Sunday, that will free up Friday for a weekly visit to Old Republic. So I'm like, with the positive response I got on the Discord about it, I'm really leaning more towards doing
I
that
hope
than
Adelaide
not
knows
right
that
now.
Uncle's camp may be near Brockborough.
This cannot possibly be as difficult as it seems.
I still haven't like completely locked down and committed to yes, I want to do it, but I'm like, I would say I'm higher than like 80-20 in committing to it. You play a bit of it? Yeah, I've played I've played like 3 or 4 different characters or different classes in Old Republic, and I've never gone past the second world that you go to. Like you start on your I guess you could say your tutorial world where your character's origin begins basically, and then you go to like your first capital world, and I've never been past or never actually gotten very far into or gotten past the capital world. So if I commit, mostly because I don't really have time to commit into a huge time commitment that MMOs usually do, I have been reluctant to play them, and playing them on stream is also kind of the same issue, a time sink that I don't want to deal with. I don't want to put it just on stream and commit it to like a normal playthrough, because MMOs are, well, they're virtually endless, right? So I would be playing that game literally forever. So I thought, it'd be better if I dedicated like a specific day of the week to it. Like once a week, I think that would be good enough to keep the stream content fresh, but still be revisiting enough to, enjoy and appreciate the content, That's one thing I don't want to do is I don't want to play one game for like a vast amount of time. And that's why I've been starting to stream like multiple games per, I'll stream 2 games at a time,
Just ahead.
Like I've been doing Final Fantasy 7. Oh, that's not the right way. Go. Final Fantasy 7 and Hogwarts.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm thinking that'll be the time window that I need to play Old Republic. Because I'm also like not willing to play MMOs off screen because I have obviously other things that I could be doing.
Now to find out what happened.
Yeah, between working, streaming, and working on my RPG Maker projects, I don't really have time to delve into a time sink like an MMO without some kind of commitment and
His trade journal.
Playing it on stream for you guys would be the way to kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It allows me to play that MMO, not be worried about time sync because I am doing something quote unquote productive by streaming it. And it won't cut into my streaming time or time I could be using to work on my RPG Maker projects. Says Inquisitor, I was a Jedi once. The human version of I think it's called a commando, or not the human, the commando, which is the Republic version of the bounty hunter. I've been the bounty hunter, which is probably what I'm going to main because I love the bounty hunter. And the first companion you get, pretty damn cute. I'm kind of like drawn to her, like wink, wink, nudge, nudge, bump, bump, Mama, you okay? He just suddenly freaked out. And I did play Sith, not Inquisitor, Marauder. I did Sith Marauder because fucking hell, it's awesome. Finished all 4 classes on both sides, core game at least once with each 2 characters because each class has 2 specializations. They've actually changed, I don't know when the last time you played was, Darth, but they changed that. Those specializations you're talking about, they're now like base class. So like I said, I played as the Sith Marauder. Well, you start off as Sith, the Sith Warrior? It's not Inquisitor, it's the other one. The one that doesn't have a lot of lightning spells. You start off with that, and then later on you learn Sith Marauder, I think is what it's called. And that's like your specialization or like your subclass. Well, you can start the game as a Sith Marauder, so you start off with those skills right off the bat if you want to. Or if you're an Inquisitor and whatever those subclasses are, you can start off with those. Same thing for the Bounty Hunter and all that. So now basically those subclasses have become just classes on their own. You can start as them. Now you're still, of course, limited to, being the overall class that you are. Like you can't be a Sith Marauder and go to Hutta and do the Bounty Hunter's missions. That's not how it works. But you do start off as those subclasses, those specializations. I beat it, let's see, one with the Sith Temple and the Warlords. That one was bloody long. I beat it, 3 worlds opened up for me. I didn't play it very long. I just remember that the Jedis start on Typhon, and the second world on the Republic side is Coruscant, I believe. That's all I really remember from the Republic side. I never really got very far. And I would play for what I plan to do for the playthrough on stream. I thought about doing I kind of started doing this once, but I don't know if I want to do it again. I thought about doing the Commando again, like the Republic version of the Bounty Hunter, because I really love the Bounty Hunter skills. And of course, just being my evil self, right? Because it would be very much like the opposite of what you're supposed to be if you are a Republic character, right? The Republic, so they're supposed to be the good guys. So being, doing evil stuff and being the bad guy, it's kind of, antithesis to what they're supposed to be. But I just feel like, for one, I don't like the first companion character that you get with the Commando. It's that tiger dude. And yeah, you could get that, I think her name is Shella Vaughn or something like that, which is like a character that you get much later in the game as a companion at the very start. It's like some special thing they released some time back. But I just like Mako better. She's just so much cuter. She's a much more cute character. And I think I'm going to go back to the Bounty Hunter and be Bounty Hunter for the MMO playthrough on stream. Let's Play ages ago. My main was Jedi Knight Tank. Yeah. So much for Alchemist. The other one I can't. The other one I think was a Sith. Yeah, I couldn't remember their exact names because I never actually played as an Inquisitor. My girlfriend at the time did, so I only had to experience it through her, and she didn't play very much either. But yeah, that's those are now like you can start off with those specialization classes, which is it's kind of nice. You don't have to worry about like picking the wrong thing when you get to that part of the game. Like you get through up to a level whatever it is, and then you have to pick a specialization. And if you don't like it, I don't think you can change. You start off with it, which is really nice. Korriban for Sith. We don't know the name of the second world. The second world is Nar Shaddaa. Okay, sorry, Nar Shaddaa. Dorman Kos. Yeah, I don't know why it's Nar Shaddaa. Yeah, Dorman Kos. Yeah. My Jedi Knight was a particularly good sync with his first companion. You know, a heal specific Jedi on his tank. That makes a lot of sense. The one thing I liked about the Bounty Hunter is he's, at least the way I set him up, he's very much an all-arounder. I mean, you set aside what Mako's healing spells can do, or skills can do, which are insanely good. Even by myself, I wear heavy armor, I have my own healing skills on myself, and I have incredible range, I have pretty decent knockback, I'm not a glass cannon by any means, I've got very good defense, I'm like a ranged tank. I'm almost like a Sentinel from City of Heroes. In fact, probably even better than a Sentinel from City of Heroes. So not only do I deal a lot of damage, I can take it pretty well too. And then of course, like I said, if I take Mako with me as my companion, she's a very good healer. Like that's all she does. She is just nothing but pure healing. Rounding is optional regardless of side. Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. It's just, you know, when you play those kind of things, you tend to role play what you're doing. So if you're going to play as a Jedi, you're going to kind of you're kind of, I don't want to say obligated, you're kind of incentivized, or you know, you got to have an incentive to role play a little bit. So if you're going to be a Jedi, you're probably going to be mostly a good guy, but you know, you can be can do negative things, you know. And so I feel like if I'm going to do that, I'm just going to be Bounty Hunter and just be just start off that way. And thinking about like what I remember from my playthroughs of the Commando, I just like Hutta better. Hutta is just a better world in general. I don't recall like a whole bunch of areas that were really weird or hard to navigate and stuff. I remember the starting world for the Republic as a Commando was kind of annoying and hard to really like navigate. I really didn't like Typhon when I played as the Jedi. I think the easiest starting world between the four of them is Korriban, to be honest, because it's very well set out. Like it's very obvious where you need to go. If you need to go to the left tomb, or you go to the right tomb, you go to the tomb of I forgot his name. I forgot their names. But you have to go. Okay, you first got to go to this tomb. All right, well it's right here, just outside the base. All right, now you've done that mission. Now you go to the other tomb. It's right here on the other side of the base. You know, it's very convenient for the Sith on Korriban. Hutta is not quite as convenient, but I think it's better than either of the two Republic worlds. Tank or heavy DPS, yeah, absolutely they are. Absolutely they are. They are beasts defensively as well as offensively, and I love it. Especially the demolitions expert, I think is what I used. Love it. I love it so much. You can go full dark side while doing Jedi, and the game rewards you for it. Oh, really? Would you rather be a Sith Lord, or be forever a Sith Lord, or Jedi Master, or Imperial Moth, or Bounty Hunter, or Smuggler? I wouldn't want to be a smuggler. When I think smuggler, I think Han Solo. And while Harrison Ford and Han Solo are absolutely cool characters, I wouldn't want to be that because I would feel like I would be always at a disadvantage. You know, you've got like people that can wield essentially, space magic. I wouldn't feel comfortable dealing with that. I'd rather be on their level. But nor would I be a Moth either, because kind of the same reason. Yeah, I have power, I have influence, I probably have money, because if I'm an Imperial Moth, I'm way up there, you know? But again, the same thing is true. Even if I'm an Imperial Moth of a large ship or a large fleet, and I have a Sith warrior in my ranks, if he decides that I deserve to die, guess what? I'm fucking dead. There ain't shit I can do about it. Take the Admiral from Empire Strikes Back, when they came out of Hoth, when it came out of Lightspeed around Hoth, and Vader just went choke, dead. You know, I wouldn't be cool with that. That said, I don't think I could be either a Sith Lord or a Jedi Master, because my morality would not really fit in either one of them. I'd be more of like, I think what they call a gray Jedi. I don't follow the Jedi code to a T, but nor am I like just pure unadulterated evil and, you know, trying to manipulate events to work out in my favor like Sidious, or, you know, all the things that Vader did, you know. Nor would I be like Angel Mary full of grace, I'm going to be the best person in the world and never, you know, never succumb to anger or hate or revenge or anything like that. No, I wouldn't do that either. Because if I feel that somebody needs to die for something they did, they're gonna fucking die, and I want to make sure that it happens, you know. So, Gray Jedi are pure light side; they just don't conform to the Jedi Council. Yeah, I think the other problem I have with even the idea of a Gray Jedi is I would want to use powers of the dark side, because the dark side powers just intrigue me, and they make me feel like I could be very strong. You know, being able to summon lightning at your fingertips, to actually like hold someone by their throat and just, you know, squeeze the shit out of it without actually touching them. You know, that I kind of feel like I would lean more toward that. Maybe like Dark Jedi would be more accurate. Something like, what was the guy's name? The villain from Jedi Outcast 2, the antithesis to Kyle Katarn, Dasan, was that his name? I feel like I would be more like Dasan. Unfortunately, the game's equivalent classes aren't just equivalent, they're identical aside from story. So Bounty Hunter or Commando is moot, for example. Yeah, I'm well aware. I think the Jedi and the Sith have some differences in some of their skills. Like, you know, the Jedi don't use lightning skills. Like, they don't have like a lightning casting ability. I think they summon like rocks out of the ground and throw them. But yeah, for the most part, you're right. It's just like good guy classes versus bad guy classes. The difference is you're on the bad guy side of the planet, whereas you're on the good side of the planet. It's not like you know, you and I know, Darth, like City Heroes, where villain classes are villain classes. They perform similar but not exactly the same to hero classes. Sort of like, you know, things like the Brute and what, or even actually they're still very different. Even the Brute doesn't act like a tank. The Brute is not a tank. Close, but not the same. Hello, Lady B. How you doing? Happy Thursday. That Admiral was a colossal buffoon, and as Vader said, he's as clumsy as he gets stupid. Yeah. Yeah. Qui-Gon Jinn was a gray Jedi, for example. You see him kill or use dark powers? No. Well, we only see him once. And short of like in the book or something, or short of like books, which I'm sure there's probably plenty of novels in the Star Wars universe, I don't know anything about Qui-Gon Jinn other than what we saw Liam Neeson portray in the first movie in episode 1. So, you know, I can only go on that. But you're right. The Admiral wasn't a Moth, though. True. That's true, he wasn't. But what kind of position does Darth Vader hold in the overall military? Is he like a general or something like that? Because technically, depending on, like, it's kind of hard to compare, because if the Imperial military uses a similar ranking system to, like, for example, the United States military, a general and an admiral wouldn't really be able to be compared, because they're two separate branches. An admiral is a obviously very high ranked member of the Navy. They command fleets of ships, you know, things of that sort. A general controls kind of the same thing, but more on like the Army side of things or the Marine side of things. You know, Marine's a bad example, but yeah, you know, so it's hard to like say would Darth Vader or even Count Dooku be put in a general type ranking? Would he essentially outrank that admiral that was the moron, right? Dooku was a dark Jedi. That's true. That's a good example. Yeah, dark Jedi is a dark side user through and through, but lacks the specific knowledge and skills of Sith lords, such as Sith sorcery. But didn't Dooku use lightning powers? Because he tried to use lightning powers he tried to use Force lightning on Yoda, and Yoda caught it like the badass that he is. I'm just here to see the rib wand you speak of. Well, I mean, anytime a lady wants to see my ribbed wand, I'm happy to show it off. There it is, you know. Got all those ribs right there in the middle. It's nice and long. I think I got like a 8 to 10 incher here. It's even got a nice comfy handle, so you know, my hand will get tired as it goes in and out. I need to get laid. I am way too horny. Lightning isn't Sith specific. Even Luke can use it. I've never known Luke to use it. But Force Pestilence, that's Sith sorcery. Who needs for rituals and shit? Yeah, fair. Lightning is force power, not side specific. I suppose. I mean, I think of...
Uncle kept notes of his trades, maps. Perhaps these landmarks will lead me to him.
Yeah, I want to totally get that from this stupid fucking map. The only reason I think that lightning is like dark side is because, one, I've only ever seen dark side users use it, and again, using Jedi Outcast as an example, or Jedi Academy, lightning is a dark force power.
Now to find the crooked tree.
That is nice. Do you have any shape like that, Lady B? You don't have to answer that question. Luke learned it from Palpatine. Then Luke killed him again.
Crooked tree.
That must be like one of the books, right?
The crumbling tower shouldn't be far from here.
Good finger.
So those dogs in a hurry. We're really close to getting Avril Lavigne, by the way. Very close. We just need to get to level 28 and finish one quest. We've got it. Crooked Tree. Can I pull up the map again somewhere? Is it like collections? No. Inventory? Notes. Journal. Tree. No. Great. I have no idea which one of these is the map. Roland Oak, is that what that will have? No. I didn't have it. God, no. Tobbs, Professor Black, Poacher's Inventory. No. Fig, Serona, Professor Weasley. No. Shit. Wait. Here we go. The map was in a different category. Steering Universe. Oh, okay. Hi, Josh. When it comes to force powers, the difference between light and dark is a list of powers. Rather, light side control with all dark goes full force. Light side lightning doesn't harm. For example, a force choke is just an application of force crush, an ability widely used by Jedi on living beings. Originally non-canon because Lucas says so. Well, is it Lucas or is it Disney that says so? Light side is emotionally controlled. Dark side goes on an emotional rampage. Okay, I see. I get what you're saying. So do I keep going? I'm looking for, what, like a broken building or something? Oh, I think that's what I saw on the map, so maybe I go past it.
And the crumbling tower. The spot on the map should be directly south of here.
South. Thank you, game, for walking me through it. I hate using a map that doesn't actually let me make a checkpoint. Maybe up here somewhere?
What do we have here? Trouble's brewing and I'm without...
What's up? Hit you with a barrel.
I may have more luck higher up in the keep.
Oh, a lot of dudes here. Lucas allowed them to exist, but nothing more.
Bring me a dozen humans to battle. I'll take them all. Run the other way when they see me, humans do. Every time.
I hear people talking shit, but I see no people. I hear the people. I know see people.
You won't survive this, my young friend.
Are you sure about that? A lot of invisible people talking shit. Oh, there they are. Both say 5 different stories. Disney said the story of the father, son, and the daughter being the distant legends, but had been brought back in canon.
This is the spot on the map. That's not what looks about me.
You know, I mean, who can really, you know, trust Star Wars canon anymore, considering Disney's got a hold of it? And they've twisted everything so many different directions. And of course, they're Disney, so they've got to Disney-fy everything. That's where I need to go. A Goblin Outpost. Okay, that must be it. Are you talking the cartoon or the animated version?
What do we find in here?
Everything prior to episode 1, everything after episode 6, Don Candle, Lucas the Man. There. That would, I'm actually okay with it. I mean, short of a few things that I think actually are very good in the extended universe, such as like Kyle Katarn and stuff. I think the events of Jedi Outcast 2 and Jedi Academy are very good. But if he doesn't want to consider them canon, you know, that's fine, but...
Protego.
I shall avenge your death.
Will you, though? Will you? Are you sure?
I'll get you for that.
Stand up.
Levioso.
That's better.
It looks as though Adelaide's instincts were spot on.
You only have Ranrock to blame.
At Disney, everything they add I consider to be extremely poor fan fiction. I'm in agreement with you pretty much. Yeah. Very much agreement with you. Especially the movies. We've talked about it 1,000 times. The sequel movies are just such trash. Okay, he was already dead. I didn't need to do that. More gear. Disney Universe pre-Disney with canon? Yeah. Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. Or I very much agree with you on that. Because what I do know of the extended universe, it's definitely, wow, that offense is way better. Is very, very good. Damn, offense goes up again? Hell yeah, give me that shit. Let's fix how they look because they look like shit. Give my black gloves back. Yeah. For the Legends universe, fair. I'm okay with that. Just because Disney officially doesn't call it canon doesn't mean we do, or doesn't call it canon, doesn't mean we don't.
A human's word is worthless. This prisoner...
Your mom's word is worthless. Oh, shit.
Are you sure you're not a
Bounce, bounce, dead.
I won't rest until you're dead. I'll get you.
Will you, though? Will you? Y'all just can't handle my badassness. Y'all just can't. I'm just too awesome for your asses. I'm a little dude carrying a wooden stick, and my wooden stick is kicking your ass. I'm just too awesome for you.
How to open it?
They won't call Twitter X. Yeah, exactly. Even official news stories don't call it X, or they do. They'll say X, formerly known as Twitter, because everybody knows what Twitter is. X is not just a letter in the alphabet, but also your ex-boyfriends, your ex-girlfriends, your ex-wives, your ex-families, your ex-friends. Your ex-uncle twice removed. In France, we rarely hear formally called Twitter anymore. In news, they just call it X. Depends. I mean, usually in written form, I've seen it. I've seen it with the parent. I've seen it parenthetically. X, formerly known as Twitter. The movie director calls himself Director X. Good for him.
What's down there?
Kiss me, bitch. Try again, never. Blue Yuta, thug up. He made a flop film. Well, there's a reason why he probably didn't use his real name. He knew if the movie was going to suck, no one would know about it. No one would be able to find him and kick his ass for it. Huh. And these look real inviting.
Hello? Mr. Oakes?
Yes, I'm here. They've taken my wand. This cell has an enchanted lock.
They've taken my wand. Well, according to the lore, you can still cast magic without a wand. So I've heard.
I need to find Mr. Oakes' wand. Where could it be?
In his pants? Oh, shit. Nobody else has made that sex joke before. Okay, so I'm not really that clever. Sucks to be him! Ha ha! Counter! I love that counterattack animation. Very satisfying. Or not animation, but the fact that it happens. No! Love how Crucio busts through those shields, no matter what color it is. Okay, oops. He infamous knows this about him. He's one of those attack consumers they don't like what I made type. Oh, those, huh? Well, I mean, I can't entirely. I mean, it would still suck to be that kind of person, but I can't exactly point fingers on that because I did tell people when I showed off the intro, my new intro for the first time, that if anybody bitched about the fact that it was AI generated material in it, that they were probably going to get an instant ban from my channel because I wasn't going to tolerate any bullshit about it. But that's probably a slightly different story.
This must be Mr. Oakes' wand. Perhaps now he can set himself free.
My delusional notes everyone else who's wrong. That I actually know way too many people that have that mindset. Hopefully, I'm not one of them. Problem is, I'm not self-aware enough to know. Hope I'm not. Me. The Shuey Ball made plot movies on purpose because he was using a loophole in Joey making plot movies profitable. Found your disconnected penis. I'm gonna stick it through. I'm gonna stick your wand through this hole. I'm sticking your wood with my hand through this hole. Don't thank Merlin. Thank me. Merlin didn't do shit.
It's bound to be stowed somewhere.
You did it! I found my wand and... Wait, you're a student? Oh, we must get you to safety immediately. It's dangerous.
It's all right, Mr. Oakes. I've dealt with these goblins before.
What I gathered it was intended sequel trilogy, unfortunately, would be better than what Disney made.
Well, how did you find me?
I'm a friend of Adelaide's. She was worried about your business with Ranrock's loyalists.
Oh, she was right to be. I couldn't go through with the agreement, and when I told them, I ended up blindfolded and behind bars. Been locked in that infernal cell for so long,
I'm not going to get into it again.
I overheard things. If only I could reward you for what you've done.
I mean, yeah, they probably could have been worse, but there's just so much lore breaking in those three movies. The sequel trilogy is so lore breaking in so many ways.
Adelaide thinks.
And as somebody who is a lore enthusiast, a lore horror, one might even say,
Always analyzing my detailed owls.
that kind of thing really pisses me off.
To trading with such fiends, a lesson I shan't soon forget. Having my wand back is like being reunited with an old friend. I must return home and inform Adelaide of my safety. Will you be all right?
I'll be fine, Mr. Oakes. You get back to Adelaide. I assure you, her worries outweigh yours.
Oh, I'm anxious to see my dear niece. And then I plan to travel far from here for my next round of trading. Thank you. May life reward you justly for your deeds. Be well, my friend.
See you later, Mr. Monopoly.
Mr. Oakes.
Come on, that's what he looked like. He looked like a young Mr. Monopoly.
Never freed him.
Wait, did he just... He teleported away and ended up back in here. Okay. Can't use a map to get out. What the hell how do I get out of here then? I gotta walk out? That's some bullshit. Map not available. Well, fuck. Luke meets some beings who are humanoid representations of the Force. He calls them the Wills. Picture black robed skinny beings. They each wear mime masks. The mimes I think of now are the mimes from Expedition 33. I expect to go into a fight with a mime now and just start having to parry two simple moves that go back and forth, and then get some special cosmetic out of it. That's what I think of when I think of mimes now. Thank you, Expedition 33. Welcome to How My Brain Works. Oh. That cough gave me a headache. The original trilogy worked because Lucas wasn't alone. It was a team effort to get with everyone balancing each other to write the script. The prequel trilogy is what you get when Lucas is alone. Which I don't think was bad. I don't think I never thought the prequel trilogy was bad. Even before the sequel trilogy ruined everything, I never once thought the prequel trilogy was bad.
Perhaps not.
I think the relationship between Anakin and Padme was rushed in the second movie, but outside of that, I don't think it was. I enjoyed every bit of it for the entire trilogy. Some of the editing could have been better. Hello.
Not quiet enough.
Look at that shield off. You do have a purple shield on. What's wrong with you? Doesn't it suck to suck? Back to do I not actually need to return to her? No, I guess not. Okay. Let's do that one. No fast travel close. Maybe I can get there from Hogwarts itself. Out the front door, maybe. Yeah, right there. The Wills are still a thing with their cosmic beings rather than representations of the Force, the way the father, the son, and the daughter are. First, we would refer to the father, son, daughter, and son as well as Abeloth. It wasn't horrible, but it was still bad, with episode 2 being the worst one. Felt like it was watching Santa Barbara. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the forced relationship between the two of them was certainly forced. And I've always been on the... I've always had the... I've always said that I think what they should have done is they should have had a time skip in episode 1. Instead of having super young kid Anakin end up getting in some kind of ship that blew up the Trade Federation's droid command vessel, they should have had the events of Naboo happen the way they did, and then they get back to Coruscant and show show Anakin is the possibly the chosen one and could be filling out the prophecy and all that. And then they have a time skip, and you go straight to adult Anakin meeting up with Padme and all that in the events of episode 2's beginning. That should have been the second half of episode 1. That way they would have had a full movie and a half to make that connection feel a little more natural.
I'm ready to do what's needed to take Harlow down.
The direction was horrendous, causing talented actors to play soulless. The mother is one of the only four that didn't make the jump from Legends to canon. One felt like a Disney-esque film before Disney went brain dead, but I liked it except Jar Jar. Yeah, Jar Jar. Jar Jar was meant to be C-3PO's replacement, and turned out that he would be more irritating than C-3PO.
I saw some Ashwinders hidden there.
Episode 3 was epic. Episode 2, I hated the mega awkward love drama dialogue cringe crap. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, the love relationship. I mean, we had to have that. That was going to have to be there no matter what, because we had to have Luke and Leia get born. Anakin had to pop down and knock up somebody, right?
We need to know how they are being blackmailed by.
So they had to have that. They had to have the love scene. They had to have the love, thing, come undone. But they needed it to occur more naturally and over a longer period of time, not over the course of a 2-hour movie.
Standing behind a pillar, stared like a lion. Find myself scurrying.
Otto Dibble once.
So many of these things here. Holy crap!
I should check there.
Please tell me you didn't.
Mr. Dibble, may I speak with you? It's about Theophilus Harlow.
I'm on it. I'm not even paying attention to any of this going on. I'm just trying to get through it.
May I interest you in a
I just want the experience so I can get
Please, sir, I'd like
killing
to
coach.
I spoke to Mrs. Bickle.
You're essentially gaslighting her to loving. I mean,
all right,
but still, nonetheless, like what I'm saying is like that had to happen. That had to happen in order to get episodes 4, 5, and 6. We had to have Anakin have sex with somebody and produce 2 children. So the love scene, the love thing had to happen no matter what. It just needed to be more natural and have a time skip to where adult Anakin meets Padme again, and then they can use the quote-unquote time skip between the end of episode 1 and beginning of episode 2, where the Clone Wars actually begins, to produce that relationship, to naturally progress that relationship further. And then, that way it's less focused in episode 2 and feels less forced.
He has higher hopes for her. Harlow advised me in no uncertain terms that my relationship with Rosie...
As for Jar Jar in episode 1, he's surprising in the movie, is surprising in the movie where he's the most tolerable.
What does he ask you
I mean, I guess, yeah. Fortunately, he's less. He doesn't appear as often in episode. I remember how often do you see him in episode 3?
He said, "Your secret is safe as long as I can supply my lady friend with delightful items like this every."
I think in episodes 2 and 3, he actually appears much less often.
Until now, with some creative bookkeeping. But I can't keep.
But it just it takes away the thing for me about Jar Jar, besides the obvious annoyingness.
Thank you for telling
it's how it makes this grand army of battle droids created by the Trade Federation.
He's an awful man and incredibly dangerous.
Even more.
Rosie's letter.
It really removes their villain status, so to speak. It really makes them seem less like an effective army if some clumsy Jar Jar Binks ends up killing a bunch by just slinging a dead droid that's attached to his leg across multiple droids, and then like stumbling into the things that he did to win the battle, so to speak, on Naboo during the battle between the Gungans and the droids. I will say this also, this kind of goes back to what I talked about regarding episode 1, is both the way the battles were won in episodes 1 and 2 were actually no. I'm thinking just episode 1, because that didn't happen in 2. Yeah, Jar Jar doing all that shit was episode 1. So both of the ways that the Trade Federation droids were destroyed in episode 1 were strictly through clumsiness and incredible happenstance. both Anakin. Why is this place so foggy? But by Anakin just getting aboard a starship, a fighter, and just happened to be able to push the right things and shoot the right things to destroy the droid Federation, the droid's command vessel, and then Jar Jar doing the shit that he did. It's too much. Again, it's like what I've talked about like many times before. In movies, you have to do this thing called suspension of disbelief. You have to look at it and enjoy it for what it is, and not take in too much about how unrealistic it might be. But certain points you cannot apply suspension of disbelief to some things. Jar Jar's things that he did in the battle against the droids, and what Anakin did, young Anakin, on the droid command ship, those are beyond what I can do for suspension of disbelief. It's too coincidental. It's too convenient.
Thank you, Mrs. Rabe. Knowing the lengths that Harlow will go to is helpful, albeit more than disturbing.
So that age gap, she was already adult when he was 10, letting us sleep together, like marrying her babysitter. I think, I don't know the exact age difference, but I think that while Padme was, while Natalie Portman was obviously an adult, I think she was supposed to be portraying Padme as like a teenager, maybe 18. So, it's still 8 years difference, but 5-10 years down the line, that's not really that big of an age gap, even though it is the older woman. But still, it's not really that big of an age gap once they're both adults. Episode 3 is the Senator of Naboo in absence of Padme. Used that to vote for Palpatine's decision that Padme was fighting. Yeah, I remember that. Artie's husband character knowledge, yeah. Needs to try to help. Yeah. Padme didn't know Palpatine was a Sith, but she knew he was up to no good democratically. Yeah, there was something they had talked about quite a bit during episode 3, was that after the Clone Wars had begun, the powers that Palpatine had should have been relinquished at an earlier point, but they weren't, because he was still maintaining control, which was how he managed to do the rest of the things that he did in the movie that caused the events of Order 66.
Some evidence worth hanging on to.
Thank you. I hope it's not too late.
We're on the right track. Now to find the last of Mr. Bickle's friends.
Want to just drink this, whatever the hell this is sitting next to you? I'm sure you're probably your alcoholic drink. Agabus Filbert, what a name. Who comes up with this crap? Not even a J.K. Rowling name. This game wasn't even touched by J.K. Rowling. It's so damn hot in here. What the fuck?
I'd take up her biology.
Yeah, Padme needed Chancellor Valorum to step down, because that way somebody could send official help to Naboo to stop the Trade Federation. Valorum didn't want to do it. So Palpatine was the one that had to step in, and they had to do it, legally for all that shit.
I hope to ease Mrs. Bickle's mind by gathering evidence.
And once Palpatine gained emergency powers after the event, leading up to the events of the Clone Wars, he maintained that power even though he wasn't supposed to.
I feared Harlow's retaliation, and so I refused.
You may have shared Mr. Bickle's fate if you had spoken out against Harlow as he requested.
Unfortunately, I suspect you're right.
You said that Harlow committed.
It's possible that is it been like confirmed or discussed that possibly Valorum was under the essentially like the influence of Palpatine himself, like through some sort of mind trick, maybe.
For her birthday.
I mean, let's face it, Palpatine, if anything, is a master manipulator. He very well might have.
Beautifully bound and plated in gold.
Valorum might have been, very willing to, help Naboo, but if Valorum voluntarily helped Naboo, it would not help Palpatine get into power. Palpatine had to push him out of the way, so he probably used like some sort of manipulation tactic or mind trick to cause Valorum to be inept, to be incompetent, and force Valorum to be voted out so he could step in and be what he wanted to be.
Do you mind if I share this information with Officer Singer?
I suppose I have no choice.
It's not by the Force. Okay.
Can't go on forever.
Okay, so he was manipulating him. He just wasn't doing it. He wasn't doing it directly.
Harlow does not like people talking, as you already know.
I've spoken with Mr. Bickle's friends. Now to find Natty.
And when we talked to Mr. Bickle's friends, we didn't understand or remember a single word what we talked about because we're talking about something else. Welcome to How the Stream Works. Comet, I really wish if your furry ass was not in front of the TV. I cannot see past your butt. Thank you, Comet. Love you, bud, but I can't see past your butt. You got a big furry butt. For a cat, your butt is big and furry, and I can't see past it. I love you, furry butt.
My father always
It's not like Natty to be late. She said she was going to the Hog's Head. Perhaps I'll find her there.
Palpatine was presenting himself as a humble, easygoing senator, becoming an easy to manipulate character, replacing Valorum. Yeah, he was. He had to appear non-threatening to, because they would completely void out what he was trying to do. It looked like he was innocent, so he just was like a nonchalant dude. Why is her wand here?
Natty's wand. She can cast without it. She wanted me to find this. She's in trouble. Revelio will
oh, so she can cast without it, but Mr. Monopoly from a minute ago can't cast without it. That makes sense.
Revelio.
Oh, look, footsteps. I did not expect that man to be standing there.
Nosy little students get what's coming to them.
My advice when dealing with
Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her quickly. The footprints led to this room.
That's what his reputation was when he looked at all the irony, yeah. Yeah, I send him a comment. Instead of Misty is a furry and stinky. Yes, it is. Luckily, I fixed all of his matted hair that he had back there. He had matted hair on his ass for a while. It was hard for me to get all of it because he's such a stubborn ass. Yes, I'm talking about you. He was mad at me for a while.
Accio. A hidden door. Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her quickly.
One is casting the rare ability, I guess, one that shows high talent. Well, like we talked about before, wands just allow you to focus it. Maybe it gives you it's like sort of giving you a point to focus with. Like, you could use a radio without an antenna. You could use a regular radio without an antenna. It'll be kind of hard to pick up good stations because an antenna will help, but you don't need it. It's just easier with an antenna. Probably something like that.
I'd better be sure I'm not seen.
No. No, I don't want to be. I don't want this optional. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this stealth like. Stop, bitch! Yeah, it didn't work. I'm just jumping over the. I was trying to jump over the rail and just ambush him. It did not work.
Her friend will be reckless enough. He wants them alive.
Even if he ever won the Jedi, Dooku, Separatist, Republic, Naboo, I mean, yeah, he was a master. Yeah, we are very aware he was a master manipulator. We saw that easily in well, I was going to say in the first 3 movies. We also see it in the 6th one. He sets up the entire ambush, so to speak, by the rebels. Palpatine got his first apprentice from the Night Sisters? Really? That I didn't know. Hey, bitches, guess what? And now you're dead. I'm just gonna make you explode. Oh, okay. Did not see the lightning bolt. That hurt a bit. Ooh, that was a little close. I think my actual health bar actually went empty just as I picked up the potion. Woo, that was close. Sorry, no shield for you. Fucking hell. Hey, you want to hit me with a lightning bolt? I'll do the same to you, bitch. Episode 6 was a stupid ambush. It was a very risky thing for Palpatine to do because the rebels could have easily turned that in their favor. Oh wait, they did. Oh, Maul was from the Night Sisters? Was one of the Night Sisters or one of the was a Night Brother? I didn't know that.
Natty must be here somewhere.
Hey, look, I found her.
I knew you would realize I had left my wand for you. Speak to Mr. Ray.
Us.
He will tell you
Who the hell is us? I only see one person in that cell. You found us? Who the hell is us? Oh, hey, look, there's somebody else over here. Hello.
Mr. Rabe, Daisy told me you've been abducted.
He's the son of one of its leaders. I didn't know that. Okay.
How is she?
Worried about you. Are you all right?
I am all right. Thank you for coming. These locks are cursed, and there's an anti-apparition jinx on the cells. Even Natty's skill with wandless magic cannot free us. I need you to find my wand.
Use mine. We'll find yours together once you're out of there.
I need my wand for this. Using one with which I have no connection may not work as well or as quickly, and we cannot risk detection.
I shall do my best.
Detection? Bitch, I just slaughtered like 6 dudes.
I can sense it.
Understood. I'll find it.
I'm gonna find everybody's fucking wand. Why don't you guys just like put a string on it and tie it to your finger or your waist or something? You guys lose wands like I lose relationships.
Revelio.
I don't think it's in this room.
Mr. Rabe's wand could be in there.
Brothers are a slave group full of males serving as mates for the Night Sisters on the same planet. To pick one as apprentice, Palpatine needed the approval of the leader of the Night Sisters, so diplomacy was done, only to be ignored later. I don't know a ton about the Night Sisters. The only thing I know about it is what I experienced in Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. More Fallen Order than Survivor, because you don't really see the Night Sisters in Survivor outside of Marin. Thrawn. I know a little bit about him. I've heard of him. I know he's one of the Chiss, right? That's the species. Blue skin, red eyes. I don't know much about him specifically, but I've heard a lot of people talk about him. He's a very popular character.
Revelio.
Oh.
Aloha
I did it like 6 times. I didn't see that somehow. The strategist. Night Sisters and Night Brothers were the same species. Maul being male had horns. Night Sisters being female did not. But there are female of the his species is called a Zabrak, isn't it? I've seen female Zabrak though.
Mr. Rabe, I found your wand.
Well done. I knew it was nearby. Now, you best stand back. One never knows how a curse will react to being broken.
Thrawn did? I mean, probably knew that if he didn't, he was going to get his ass kicked. Night Sister Zabrak have no horn. Oh, Night Sister versions. The Zabrak have essentially 2, like, different, I guess, races within their species.
Thank you, Mr. Isco.
My pleasure. And thank you, my friend. We owe our lives to your bravery. I may be too weak to disapparate with you both, but I can try.
You go ahead. Find Officer Singer. We will get out of here on our own.
Very well. But be careful. Thank you, my young friend.
Be prepared for a fight. These Ashwinders must pay.
I mean, I've already killed some, including one with a really huge health bar, so pretty sure I got this in hand, but, you know, or in this case, in wand. Ha-ha! Jokes! It's like variation that remains secluded on the dark side planet. Okay. Okay. The Zabrak, the female Zabrak that I know of are from Jedi Academy. You can one of the species that you can choose to be in Jedi Academy is a Zabrak. And the female versions had horns just like Maul did.
Let's find Officer Singer and put an end
think,
to Harry once and for all.
I think I was supposed to fight on the way out, which is why now he said let's put these Ashwinders to rest. I think we were supposed to fight on the way out and not on the way in, but because I'm a badass and I said fuck stealth, that's what happened.
And you, the troll dispatcher. Oh, thank goodness the two of you are
Yes,
safe.
I'm known as the Troll Dispatcher.
Isco Rabe told me a couple of students had rescued him.
Expanded universe, he was the last of the Imperial forces. No idea if he died before the other Palpatine was really killed. For the Chiss, look at my avatar. My namesake character is Chiss. They're blue, dark blue hair, and red eyes, and seeing infrared. Perfect evolutions to live in ice worlds.
Natty and I learned of several Hogsmeade residents who've had their lives threatened by the Ashwinders.
Thrawn was, however, killed by some lone bodyguard.
Mr. Rabe to blackmail his
So
wife,
basically, the
and
Chiss
Natty.
are
They also
the
extorted
Star Wars
Agabus
version of the
Filbert
Andorians,
and Otto Dibble.
minus the
I will look into all of that.
red eyes, which the
As for
Andorians
the
don't
two
have.
of you, I appreciate what you're trying to
No
do.
Jedi Academy, no
but you are
females. The Brat
taking
characters have been
great
made. Not
risks.
even one is now
Next
legend,
time,
studying that game with
please
Rings
let
Assault.
the authorities handle the Ashwinders.
Yeah, I'm sure the Night Sisters weren't exactly in the
With all due respect, officer, the
more to the
authorities
canon at
haven't
that
done much
time.
about
What
any of this.
was the? It was the Quake. It was the Quake 3 engine. Jedi Academy was probably released in 2003 at the latest.
Insist that you leave them to us.
So yeah, Night Sisters probably didn't even exist then. In the in canon because they were not in
You
canon, but
moved
more
to
like
speak with your mother about
just they
this
didn't
before
exist
I
because they
did.
hadn't been written.
My mother will not like this. Thank you again.
Just
for
essentially
rescuing me.
Romulans.
We shall
Ooh,
speak soon.
okay. I guess that makes sense. You did say Thrawn was a master strategist, and the Romulans are known for their strategizing, as well as their overconfident stealth abilities. Have that while I'm there. Okay, next quest. We're 26, we still need to get to 28. Where can I go? Where can I grind for experience in this game? You know what? Let's see if I can just do a search. Let's see if I can just do a quick search. Where is a good grinding spot in Hogwarts Legacy? Let's specify XP grind spot. Best XP grinding spots in Hogwarts Legacy are the 3 battle arenas, particularly the one in the North Ford Bog. Battle arenas? North Ford Bog? What the fuck is he talking about? Forbidden Forest, North Ford Bog. The 3 battle arenas, particularly the one in the North Ford Bog. What is a battle arena? These things? No, it's a mine. So there's an arena here somewhere. North Ford Bog is right here. Unfortunately, never hit that checkpoint. Ron was closer to Khan. Ron was never overconfident, just calm. He just died to one major miscalculation. No matter which version of his death was, what version of his death was. I mean, Khan wasn't overconfident. I mean, he got defeated by Kirk twice. One in a physical confrontation. Once by being outsmarted by Kirk and with help from Spock. I can't entirely agree that Khan wasn't overconfident. He thought he could capture and maroon the crew of a Federation starship and use said Federation starship to attack the Federation flagship. He had a good strategy to try that, but Kirk still outdid him, outsmarted him on multiple occasions. Mostly because Kirk had experience in starship combat, like a lot of experience. That was something that Spock even pointed out. Spock actually said that Khan is intelligent but inexperienced. Kirk has the experience of 30 years of starship command. Khan did not. And so there's little things that Kirk knew that Khan never did. Kirk was an anomaly among the Federation, true, but I would place a pretty safe bet that short of, the physical confrontation, that if, say, Khan went after Picard instead of Kirk, let's say instead of living in the 23rd or being woken up by Kirk in the 23rd century, he was woken up by Picard in the 24th. And he did, and Picard did the same thing, and he did the same thing to Picard. And later in the 24th century, Khan stole another Federation starship to attack the Enterprise and Picard. I still think Picard would have done the same thing. He would have used different tactics, of course, but he still would have outsmarted, outmaneuvered Khan.
Never understood. He's weak. Yes, he is. We had plans for that hippogriff you stole.
Okay, I went here for a reason. Okay, North Bog. This is where I wanted to get. So where's the arena that's here? Small bandit camp. Treasure vault. In theory, lair. That's not exactly an arena, but that might be useful. What arena are they talking about? Maybe I'm looking at it too specifically. Unlock the battle arena. Okay, maybe I am. I'm not. I'm not thinking about it too specifically. I was thinking that maybe looking for like a battle arena, but I was thinking maybe something like this considered a battle arena, an arena location where you can fight stuff. But I think there's actually like battle arenas where you can actually go into like, better term, regulated combat.
Ah, but a purse made of unicorn skin. That fetches a galley.
Kirk was born in a peaceful area of humanity. Khan was born in a time of war and dominated the Earth in a decade. Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah. We're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna do that. We're not gonna change the schedule this weekend because, for one, this is too close to it. Like we're still. I was still asking you about it today. Ask you guys about it today, and I think that's a little too soon to be trying to make this change. So I think we're gonna do that next Sunday. Not this coming Sunday, but next Sunday. We'll still do a normal community night tomorrow. But I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing the, like I said before, I'm like 80-20 on doing it. Thanks to y'all's responses in the Discord, and then taking Friday and turning it into MMO Friday, so I can play Old Republic. If Khan was woken at Picard's time, I think Khan would have won. You think so? You think Picard wouldn't have been able to beat Khan? I mean, let's set aside the obvious thing of like assuming the situation was exactly the same, and Khan managed to commandeer and maroon a crew of an entire Federation starship, and set aside that probably no other ship in the Federation would be able to take on a one-on-one battle against Picard, against the Enterprise. You know, there's very few starships outside of Galaxy-class vessels that could beat a Galaxy-class vessel. So set aside those things. If the situation were the same, and he still managed to capture a starship, did you think that he would be able to outwit Picard? Because again, I still don't. The reason I don't think so is because Picard would have been the same situation as Kirk. Kirk was a master of Starship Command and has experience for, a couple of decades. Picard is the captain of the flagship of the Federation and dealt with a bunch of shit in his time. I still think he would have been able to outmaneuver Khan also. Maybe not as efficiently as Kirk would have, because obviously Kirk is far better than Picard. Picard was too rigid. There's a lot of circumstances, a lot of variables between the two. It's almost an apples and oranges comparison. I'll even admit that, because we're talking, two 23rd century vessels. The Reliant was a Miranda-class starship, which was actually a pretty decent combat vessel. But even the Enterprise back in the day, the Constitution-class Enterprise, wasn't really a combat vessel. None of them really were. They were still very much explorers back then. Well, 2 lock. But even though the Enterprise D, the Galaxy class, was also an exploration vessel and had a ton more firepower than almost any other Federation vessel of its time. So unless Khan managed to capture another Galaxy class, like say the Yamato, the Enterprise's sister ships, then I don't see how Picard would have lost that fight. Because even in a straight up, even if he surprised Picard the same way with the Enterprise's shields down and all that other stuff that he did to Kirk's Enterprise, I still think Picard would have eventually have outdone him. I mean, look how long it took a Klingon bird of prey, a Borel bird of prey, to do severe damage to a, for lack of a better term, unshielded Galaxy class in Generations. I mean, they had to hit the Enterprise a lot before it actually caused critical damage. Picard wasn't by the book. It's worse. He treated the rules as his version of faith, making breaking the rules an aberration to him. You're kind of right on that. Depending on certain circumstances, he did say "fuck the Prime Directive." That's certainly true. He most certainly did. When the Prime Directive did not convenience him, he certainly went against it. Taking a look at you, Will Wheaton. But I certainly think Picard was more gung-ho, or sorry, Picard was less gung-ho than Kirk. Kirk was way more, rule bender, rule breaker than Picard, for sure.
The beasts are.
I think Janeway on Voyager could win against Khan the same way as Kirk. Again, I think in the case of Voyager, the Voyager also was not a combat vessel, even though it was very, very well equipped, especially in the later part of the series. But let's talk like season 1, season 2 Voyager. We're not talking like armored Voyager with Borg infused transphasic torpedoes. Let's talk season 1 Voyager. The only reason I think Khan would win that is, again, depending on what ship Khan captured, he would probably do a massive amount of critical damage to an Intrepid class vessel with shields. So like his opening volley that he used on the Enterprise would do a massive fuck ton of damage to Voyager without shields. So, also that was also Janeway's first command. Voyager was Janeway's first command, so while she has plenty of starship experience, he doesn't have the same level of command experience as Picard or Kirk did. So I can't entirely agree that Voyager would be able to survive against Khan. I still think Janeway might have been able to outmaneuver, but it would have been a much closer call against Khan than either Picard or Kirk, primarily because of the ship she was in. The Intrepid class vessels were not really meant for war, for true combat. Granted, it did a good job, but that was mostly convenience. After Delta, oh yeah. Even if she was even without, let's use that hypothetical scenario there. Let's take Voyager. Let's take Janeway after the events of Star Trek Voyager, and she stayed on the ship. Let's say something happened, and she, instead of becoming Admiral Janeway, she remained captain on Voyager. And the Khan thing happened again in the 24th century, but Janeway was the one to discover it. And then Khan comes back later to get revenge. Same circumstances. I think that Janeway's experience in the Delta Quadrant, especially dealing with the opponents that she dealt with, the Kazon, SBCs 8472, the Herosian, the Borg, she would absolutely rake Khan over the coals, even without Voyager's upgraded armor and weapons. The only way Khan would have any advantage over Janeway in that situation is if the ship that Khan stole was something ridiculously more powerful than Voyager. Like if he stole a Sovereign class vessel, or even I would even be willing to bet a something like the Lakota, an Excelsior class vessel, would absolutely crush Voyager, just on firepower and armor alone. Because also you have to remember that many of the Excelsior class vessels of the time after Voyager returned home was after the events of the Dominion War. So a vast majority of Federation starships have been heavily upgraded and built for war because of the Dominion War. So an Excelsior class 1v1ing Voyager, even with Janeway at the helm of Voyager and Khan at the helm of the Excelsior class, would probably outdo Voyager on battle alone. Khan would have noticed easily that Picard was unwilling to break the rules, and a lot of villains facing such a foe take advantage of that to predict behavior. But what is it that he could do to manipulate Picard like that? I see what you're going for, but I don't think Khan would be able to manipulate Picard in that way. What could he do? Let's take the very similar situation. Let's say that we never saw any of the crew of Khan's ship of Reliant board the Enterprise in Star Trek II. So let's use that same circumstance. Short of Khan maybe tricking Picard into bringing some of his crew on board, I don't think he would be able to manipulate Picard in that same way, in a way like that. I don't think. Only one I would say Khan would have difficulty with from the very start of Cisco. He stepped over the line several times, further than Kirk would. He certainly did in the one episode where he fired basically poison torpedoes at colonized planets of the Maquis. That was certainly over the line, and how Cisco, short of not had consistency of the television show, how Cisco managed to maintain command of Deep Space Nine is a mystery. Because shit like that would not have gone over well with the Federation Council or Starfleet. So short of script reasons, Cisco should have absolutely been stripped of every pip on his uniform after doing that shit. Does Picard protect other Federation people or just his crew? Well, he was certainly. Are you asking, would Picard go to help a planet or a situation that Khan had maybe had taken people hostage on a world? Absolutely, he would. Okay, nothing's actually happening here. We're not finding any battle arenas or anything, so I need something else. I don't know if I'm really gaining any experience anymore. I'm gaining experience, yeah, but I can't find words. That's what I can't do. 26. Okay, I'm still not getting anywhere. Have I got any quests that I can do? Here's something. Maybe I can go do that. That's at least that's a talk. That's a little bit of experience. There's an opening to make him have to break his rules to rescue hostages. It would depend on what the circumstances are. Picard would obviously go to rescue those hostages, but what could Kirk do, or what could Khan do rather, to manipulate Picard into doing something immoral or something?
I have been meaning to speak with you.
Khan took hostages. The Federation will go save those hostages, no matter what.
I still can't believe we escaped the
Thank you, Bear, for
You may not realize
contributing to the I'm on Observation Duty challenge.
Of the school since you say
And also welcome in. Good to see you.
How everyone knows about
One space buck.
I told my mother in the hope that she
Oh,
would
never
be
mind.
more
I thought you only
forgiving
claimed.
of what
I looked at that. I read that wrong. You claimed your space buck. I saw the one. I'm like, why do you only have one? I know you've done it more than once.
News travels quickly. Unfortunately, she might, in fact, have been even less.
If rescue
forgiving
hostages
than I
causes
thought.
introduction of high tech to a primitive civilization, for example. I see what you're saying there. He would still go do it, obviously, And we kind of that's kind of an event that happened before. There was actually Picard did. I think Kirk did. There was it wasn't a hostage situation for Picard, but there was an episode in TNG where somehow 24th century tech was discovered or found or ended up on a world of like pre-warp civilization Vulcans. They weren't actually Vulcans, they just looked like Vulcans. But they were pre-warp civilization Vulcans, and Picard had to unfortunately interact using modern technology or 24th century technology with those people because reasons, I forget the details. So I would think in that circumstance, Picard would still risk violating Prime Directive, depending on what Khan was going to do. I mean, if Khan threatened to just wipe out the entire population, just kill them all, is it purely just a power play? Like, you don't do what I tell you to do, I'm going to kill it. If you don't come fight me or come down to this planet, whatever, to fight me, I'm going to kill all the civilians. Picard would absolutely let those civilians die. Absolutely. He would probably try to do what he could to mitigate or prevent the damage. Because, he would try to stop Khan in some way, find a way to teleport, to transport him off the planet, or send down, like, for lack of a better term, an assassination team, sort of, a stealth team to find Khan and kill him and his crew, or, stop him, whatever. He would make an attempt to stop Khan from killing those civilians on that planet, on those hostages. But if it turned out that there was no way to prevent that from happening, he would just let the civilians die, assuming that they would actually be completely killed and that there would be no survivors left to discover the 24th century technology. Because at that point, they have to get that technology off the planet for the sake of the Prime Directive. That's what I would think would happen. Picard would do his damnedest to stop Khan in any way possible that prevents from using 24th century technology on that planet. Like, don't beam down the middle of the town square. Don't bring out phasers in a firefight in the middle of the town square. But try to do whatever you could to eliminate Khan or get him off that planet in a way to not corrupt the civilization, or just let them all die. I think that's the only option there would be.
If she knew more about what
Kirk would do it, no problem. Picard, from my understanding, would eventually do it for plot reasons, but it would torture his soul to no end. Oh, he would certainly have a lot of internal conflict. He would certainly have a lot of like moral and
Harlow is as strong as ever.
Conundrums in that kind of situation, for sure.
Us or Officer Singer. If someone had stopped the
But Picard would do whatever he could. He would get Data to beam down and find a way to, like, sneak up to, because Data would really be the only one who could 1v1 Khan, like, physically, and beat him. So he would probably, like, tell Data to beam down and use some kind of holographic projector to make himself invisible or something, or come up with some special forces team on Enterprise to stealthily infiltrate wherever Khan was and transport him out or kill him, keep him from killing the civilians. But it turned out that there was no way to prevent the corruption of that society. By doing so, he would let Khan kill all the civilians.
My father bowed his neck to protect me.
Picard did much for one episode with the Prime Directive. He was debating letting an entire species die. It was only because the person that Data was talking to specifically asked the Enterprise for help. Yes, that was that a girl that Data had gotten in touch with, and their planet was literally about to explode.
How so?
He died protecting me.
Because the civilization was obviously very pre-warp. Sometimes the internal conflict inflicted to one commander is the goal of the other commander. I mean, again, that's true. But it's the end game that we're talking about here. The reason Khan went after Kirk, his end game was purely revenge. He wanted to kill Kirk because Kirk abandoned them on Ceti Alpha 5,
And
And
thank you for your
essentially,
kind words.
by proxy,
We all have our
got his
burdens.
wife killed, got Khan's wife
My
killed.
father had
Khan's
a
wife
saying like that.
died on
Yes,
Sunday Alpha
I
5,
remember.
and Khan
Rome
wanted
does not
revenge for
fall
that
on one
because
roof alone.
after
Exactly.
abandoning
Soon you
what
and I
Khan
will
thinks
put
is
an end to
abandoning
the
him
Ash White
on
House.
Ceti Alpha 5,
Rookwood is already gone.
he feels that
Khalid
Kirk is
will be
responsible
next.
for Khan's
We are
wife's
making
death.
progress,
So he wanted
and we
revenge for
will
that. That was the whole reason
succeed.
he did all that he did. There's a reason why he
Thank you
captured
again for
the
saving
Reliant.
me.
There's a reason he
You deserve
abandoned the
all of
crew,
the
or the
praise you have
marooned the
received.
crew of the Reliant on City Alpha 5, was purely for revenge against Kirk. So it'd be like, what is the motivation that that Khan has against Picard? If using the same circumstances, if he still wants that same kind of revenge, would Khan go to a planet to capture hostages for what purpose? What does that do against Picard? That doesn't really, that doesn't really help his attempt to get revenge on Picard. If she wasn't aware of the Enterprise and didn't ask help, Picard would have to guess. He certainly would have. Absolutely would have. Captain Archer. Archer was a little more gung-ho because, again, Starfleet didn't even exist at that point. Starfleet Starfleet existed to an extent, but the Federation didn't. So, like, the Federation guidelines, things like the Prime Directive, didn't exist in Archer's time. The Prime Directive didn't exist until the Federation actually was formed between the Vulcans, Andorians, Tellarites, and humans. So, again, depending on the difference between the captured vessel and Enterprise, Archer probably would have outmaneuvered Kirk in a space battle, but again, a physical confrontation, no. There'd have been nobody except maybe T'Pol who would have been able to handle handle Khan rather, in a one-on-one fist fight or one-on-one physical confrontation. Because that was the thing about Khan, is he was a product of genetic manipulation. He was incredibly super strong, like ridiculously strong. That was the whole point of the augments. The augments were like, the augments essentially were what Resident Evil was trying to make people out of with the T virus, the G virus, and all that shit. Essentially, like super strong warriors, soldiers. Just to kind of throw another world into the mix here. Yeah, I think the only advantage that Archer would have had would have been kind of the same thing, Starship experience. Because Enterprise wasn't really built by him, but a lot of what Enterprise was built was involved. Archer was heavily involved in the Enterprise's building, so he would have known his ship better than Khan would have known the ship that he stole, whatever it would have been. So in a space strategic fight, he would have been able to outdo Khan. But again, outside of that, I don't think Archer would be able to beat Khan. Khan would be able to outwit him, outmaneuver him. Outside of actual just one-on-one spaceship combat. Let's do this one. I just want to get to 28. I just want to get the fucking... just want to get the killing spell. Oh, the doctor was a stable one? I mean... it was... in the eyes of... to compare it to, I guess, modern day-ish.
Welcome back. I've arranged
What Archer was doing on Enterprise, space was essentially the Wild West at that point. Like, there wasn't really much... again, the Federation wasn't even formed, so Starfleet was no different than the Vulcans or the Klingons or any other species that was just floating around through the galaxy. They were just out there. Whereas once the Federation was established, they became, literally a superpower. They were the superpower of the Alpha Quadrant.
I promise you.
Khan was Captain America, Winter Soldier. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Let's get rid of some of this crap that's no good.
Nice doing business with you.
Oh, that's better armor. That's better armor.
I must tell you, half of Hogsmeade's been by the shop asking about rumours of a broom upgrade. Without the information you provided, my work would have taken twice as long. Thank you again. It may sound ambitious, but I've already begun work on another upgrade, more difficult to perfect than the last. I wondered, would you be interested in joining forces again?
Are you going to give me this upgrade 2 minutes after I walk out the door?
Miss Razor's
But if that's the case, why don't you just give it to me now?
This first upgrade there, it may help me as I develop the next. Oh, you'll consider it, won't you?
Sounds as if you're really outdoing yourself. If I'm able to help, I will.
Thank you. I know this recent success was only the beginning of what I can do for Broomflight. Report back as soon as you can, and we'll be off to the races.
Let me switch gear now that I remember that I have something new. All right.
Off to the races then.
Oh, God. Look, it's way out there. Another broom trial. Wonderful. Where are these battle arenas I'm supposed to be finding? DePaul as a Vulcan was emotionally unstable, untrusting of literally everyone, had that I'm superior attitude and boring. One of them was a Section 31 spy. Archer was naive and at times and quite stupidly selfish. Yeah, again, like I said, the majority of the human mindset during those during Archer's time on Enterprise, at least before Season 3 and the events of the Xindi War, was very much like the Wild West. Gung ho, they don't know what they're doing. They're truly just literally exploring everything because why not? So that's what they they don't understand the dangers that are out there. They don't know what's out there. They want to go explore it, not really, they don't realize the impact that they have on things, which is why the majority of the early episodes of Enterprise was basically looking at the formation of things like the Prime Directive. Since there was no Prime Directive then, they did things that would absolutely violate it. But because it didn't exist, because they didn't have a precedent for it, they didn't, they just did things.
Get away!
How was he attacking me while he was stunned? When he was told that he would form the Federation, Archer tried to say, fuck that, I don't want that. I mean, I think after realizing that, seeing the things that happened with the Xindi and seeing how essentially the Xindi themselves, while they were still essentially one species, more or less, I think he was able to tell that working together as a group, even though they're all each individual was a very vastly different entity from each other, that a federation, a group working together of different people is more effective than those groups working separately. So Archer was willing to be part of the Federation charter because he realized that the Federation could be just as effective as the Xindi, and to even a much better extent because the Federation using the values of the Vulcans and the and combined with all the other different features and intricacies of like the Tellarites and the Andorians, etc. You know, they would be much more effective at being a conglomerate than the Zindi were. There we go. Made him pop.
I have come upon a difficult
There's a ton of dudes here. Good experience, I'll take it.
You can't stop us. All sounds meant for me. Spells won't save you. Prepare to surrender now.
You choose the voice of your character as a default. There's like a slider that you can choose. I think it was like a few different options. I think it was like 3 or 4 different options, but there was also like a slider so you could adjust like the pitch, if I recall. Why do you ask? I know he doesn't sound like me. even if I had a British accent, I don't sound anything like that. You're gonna hit me over the head. Can I go for melee? There you go. Wait for that. It sounds like Harry Potter. Yeah, probably. I don't think it's I don't think that's the. I mean, it might have been sort of the intention, but I'm pretty sure there was like multiple voice options, each of them just being slightly different from one another. And I adjusted a pitch. Damn, he got fucked up. He did not wake up this morning expecting to get bombarded. I mean, that 7-minute one would be something for like a very long, like either like a final boss fight or a like a very critical end of chapter or something like that kind of boss fight, as it would last throughout the entire battle. I can think of a number of places that it would go without spoiling things. It's actually faster now. Yeah, it does feel a little faster. If it's just placebo effect, though.
Here we are. Mr. Weeks wasn't wrong about the mountain views.
If it isn't the second best Slytherin.
Oh, fuck off, bitch.
Hello, Imelda. So, another trial?
Of course it's another trial. And you'd better be taking part.
So, what? You finally scared everyone else away?
Oh, I have plenty of challengers. They're just not very good. No one sets records by wishing for them. And I need strong competition to stay on top of my game. Are you going to try to beat my flying record or not?
Oh, so now I'm strong competition, huh? There it is right there.
I'm ready to fly.
Finally, a decent challenge.
It actually breaks.
I'm getting the hang of this. Excellent.
Crap. Oh, shit. Damn it, missing the soap bubbles.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Oh, fuck.
Close, but not close enough.
I'm staying ahead of the ghost.
Made it.
What the fuck was that? Free to go.
I'm getting the hang
Oh god,
of
oh
this.
god, oh god, oh god. I moved that right stick a little too far, so that the camera is going 45 different directions.
Made it. Oh, did anyone else see that?
7 minute when you could use an area battle zone similar to 506
We've
where you
improved,
defend the
I
Ice
must
Crystal
admit.
Esper Narsh from
was
Kefka.
a bloody good run. Be careful. Earn a reputation for talent around
Yeah, I know
you,
what you're talking about.
And some people get put out about it.
Yeah, I
Sounds
didn't,
like
I
you're
didn't think of
speaking
actually
from
something for
experience.
outside of battle.
Yes, well, I
I was
am.
thinking like just strictly a battle theme,
Anyway,
like something for
You
actually
didn't
during
do
a fight.
abysmally. I can't deny that. But you'll not have the same luck on the South Coast course.
Yeah, okay, sure, whatever.
We'll see, won't we? Till next time.
I half expected you to back down. Rest on your laurels. See you at the South Coast trial, if you don't lose your nerve.
I'm just trying to get the killing curse,
To
bitch.
race this course again.
Give me experience so I
Visit
can
the
move
podium
on.
with the leaderboard, where you can start the race and check.
Can you stop talking? Your voice annoys me.
Too many.
I just teleport out while she's in the middle of talking. She turns around and she's like, "Where'd he go?"
Successful flight. I should
He was
let
here
Mr.
just a
Weeks
second
know.
ago. I'm right next to it. Of course I am. Look through the door.
Back from your latest flight. I want to hear all the particulars.
Good news, Mr. Weeks. With your upgrade, I was able to set a new record at the Irondale course.
Brilliant! I knew the upgrade had fantastic potential. How did your broom feel?
Big and
Rides
black.
well. Does get a tad shaky at top speed, and the handle wobbles a bit when I hit a strong gust of wind.
Ah, yes. I see. I think I know how to address that. Thank you.
I don't think it should be
owe
one you
one.
make. Not sure I
If it
could
means
do it, but
another
only you can
upgrade,
make
the
the
pleasure's all
instinct feeling
mine.
of it.
You sound as determined as I am to improve.
Well, I'm
broom
thinking like
rides.
not necessarily specifically
It's a
the
joy to have a
final,
collaborator like
actual
yourself.
final battle.
If I'm right, and I do hope I am, you'll be hearing good news from
But
me soon.
again, trying to avoid spoilers. Like the events leading to it.
Mr. Weeks and I do
God,
make a
I
good
really.
team.
I wish I had. I wish I had a better talent at making maps. That's really just. I'm kind of coming across the same thing again. Oh look, I just go right back in. Go fucking figure. I have kind of the same issue I've been having before. Is like, okay, I want to work on the project some more, but I got to make a map first. I'll just do something else. Oh shit, I am broke. I am broke ass bitch. How much does it cost? $4,000. I only have 2,700. Oh, 2,800, I guess. That'd be $3,000. 3,150. 3,350. 3,550. That'd still be $500 short. Well, that's a minor
Thanks for stopping
inconvenience.
by. Hope to see you again.
Purchase a... Oh, yeah. I'm trying to do that. Okay. Let's go talk to her. Just want to get that experience. Just want to get that experience. Just going for anything that gives me experience to get me to level 28. Even episode 1 is a high-tech city, I wouldn't know how to make an overworld map for that. Well, minor spoilers there. The entire game does not take place in the city.
Some days are more difficult.
Lassie, is everything all right?
There are times when my father's absence drifts to the back of my mind, and I feel peace for a day or two. But this is not one of those times. I miss him. I miss running with him. I miss Matibeleland. He should still be here. And it's my fault that he isn't.
It's not your fault, Natty. There's nothing you could have done to prevent it.
That is what my mother says.
Well, the whole
But
thing
he
about
died
leaving the city
protecting
wasn't
me.
necessarily a Final Fantasy
And
VII
I cannot
inspiration.
help but feel
It's just
guilty
like I
over it.
wanted
I find
a
myself
vast
relieving
majority of
the
the
moment
story
more
to be,
often
when I
than
first
I
wrote it,
I
the vast
believe
majority of
I
the
would
story to be
feel
in the
less
city.
helpless if I
And
could truly
then,
put an end to
as I
Harrow
was writing,
and
as
rest of
the story was
Rookwood's
progressing, I'm like,
miserable lot.
I want to
you
make some.
have
I
put
want
an
to
end to
move
Rookwood,
this to
and that will
outside the
benefit many
town,
for years to
so
come.
outside the
With
city,
Hollow on the
so it
prowl,
feels
there can
like
be
the
no
world
real
is
peace.
impacted.
Each day he
Otherwise,
remains
it's
free,
really
he
not
does
that
more
different
damage.
from, say,
Even
Dragon
people
Age
like
2,
Archie Bickle to
where
suffer
the
the
majority of everything that
consequences.
happens in Dragon Age 2 affects pretty much only Kirkwall and everything in Kirkwall. I wanted everything. I wanted this to be like involving things outside the world, because
Thank you for
additionally,
speaking with me. It was
things
very
going on
helpful.
outside the world or outside the city are like, in compared to the basically the utopia of the city, is royal fucked. Royal fucked. Okay. Only I knew for sure if that was the last quest or not. I'm still not going to do it. I don't want to risk it. Popping to the Irondale Cave. Need money. How much money do I have? Can't see it here. I know how much money I have. It's not the overworld that's the problem. I'm not talking about making an overworld map. I'm talking about having to make a map, period. Making a location. I'm not trying to make an overworld map. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm not even to that point yet. Even in Volume 0, I'm not there yet. But I just have to make a map. I have to make a locale. And that just, I sit there and I'm like trying to visualize what I want in my mind as far as a locale. And I would spend an hour just staring at a blank screen, doing nothing. Because it's not like, for me, that may be normal for people. I'm just gonna throw this out there. Maybe that's normal for people that do these kind of things, is maybe they take their time doing it. But if something doesn't come to me quickly, that becomes a struggle. It means whatever that is a struggle for me. Like if I'm reading my script here, that I've got my outline here, and I'm seeing these things that I've written down, and I'm going to transfer it into the story. I'm like, okay, I know how I can turn this into this. I can turn this. I can write this detail to talk about this point, and all these details here that just comes to me. It comes to me. It comes to me. Comes to me. And comes to me. And comes to me. When it comes to making a map for these locations, I am at a dead standstill. I am just staring, trying to hope that my brain forms something that I can put to proverbial paper. So that's why I feel that it is an extreme weakness. Ooh, offense upgrade. Yes, please. Also get that thing off from around my neck. It looks like shit. Can't do anything with these. I guess real quick I can run to the room of requirement and do that thing. Because I can reveal that gear. But you can stick with the UI map you have in the demo. I'm talking Volume 0, not Volume 1. And again, I'm not talking about an overworld map. I'm talking about a location where the characters are going to be walking through, or to an extent, sometimes it's a little bit easier when it's a scenario. Like it's a scenario where there's going to be conversations and characters moving around and stuff. That's usually a little bit easier for me to make. But like, I keep calling them dungeons because dungeons to me are the locations that you travel through to reach your next scenario point. Even though they're not literally dungeons. Like, the Mithril Mines in Final Fantasy VII is not necessarily a dungeon, but it is a path that you take to get to your next destination, which is Junon. Okay, check this gear. It's actually better, really. Oh, wasn't gloves. Faceware, okay. Better defense, offense goes down by 6. Maybe, I'll wait. You don't have anything there. All these, oh, that's 1 point better. Boink. Goodbye. Boots and robes. Damn! Offense goes up by 19. Holy shit! Wow. It is literally a fur coat. Literally a fur coat. Okay. My offense is 201. That is awesome. That's awesome. Go with area maps as well. I mean, it's just that's what keeps me from getting these things out quicker or making progress in them, is just the feeling of, okay, well, I've got to make a map. I'd rather just go play something. Like, I mean, I actually talked myself out of it earlier today. This morning when I got up, getting ready for work, I'm like, you know what? when I get home, I'm not going to stream. I'm going to actually work on the next zone for Volume 0. And then, like, 3 o'clock as I was getting off work, I'm like, I don't want to do that. I'll just stream. That, and I want to get closer to finishing this game anyway. But I talked myself out of it because I knew if I was working a scene, if I was working on a scenario or triggers of some kind or battle mechanics or something, yeah, I would be working on that. But just when it comes to making a map, it makes me want to stop working on it for a bit. I just have to, like, swallow my pride and go do it. But you can Google image them? I get what you're saying. I just wish it was less of a struggle in my own head. Grow and harvest fluxweed. While I'm in here, can I do that at one of these stations? Let me guess I don't have fluxweed. There it is. Purchased from the magic meat. Fucking damn it. Go to the magic neep, which is that right there. Need fluxweed. Developers agree with you? Yeah, I mean,
Indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased.
I mean, I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one struggling, but just.
Oh, it's you! What a pleasant surprise.
Well, I'm glad to know that struggle isn't just me. It doesn't make me feel better. It doesn't give me inspiration to make it not make it work.
Now, you let me know if there's anything else I can help you with.
All right. Now let's go back to the room of requirement. Hope this thing doesn't take 20 minutes to make. Can I just buy fluxweed or whatever it was called? Can I just buy it? Not the seed, the actual plant. Can I just buy that?
What will I do without her?
Mother of ass wipes.
Greetings. Please, take your time looking about.
Mallow sweet, knot grass, fluxweed stem. Hey, look, there it is.
Now, you let me know if there's anything else I can help you with. No
All
one can say
right,
I
so
don't
what
care.
is it? What was the quest I needed to do for it now? Grow and harvest. Fuck! I actually do have to grow it! God damn it, Nappa. Just gonna go find something to fight. I have no other well, wait a minute. There's some people around here who might have quests. You need to remind it to yourself. Put yourself in your character's perspective in your head. That doesn't work for me. I know what you're talking about. But, oh. $500 for that, really?
Hello? Is something the matter?
Most decidedly, yes. My precious mooncalf, Biscuit, was abducted by poachers up north. Oh, the vicious brutes. I tried to fight back, but I was no match for them.
I'm sorry about your mooncalf, Mr.
Garnuff. Just Garnuff. I'm only one goblin. Not a particularly brave one at that. I have no chance against a pack of bloodthirsty poachers. Oh, my poor Biscuit. I can only hope she's able to escape.
I'll keep an eye out for your mooncalf, Garneth.
How kind. If only all of Wizardkind was as gracious to goblins. If you do see her...
Like you have asshole goblins like Ranrock around, you probably have an easier time.
You for your efforts. Do keep an eye out for her, and be careful out there. Poachers
Yeah. I'm a-going.
I should try and rescue Garneth's mooncalf. Sounds as if I'd need to head north to find those poachers.
But I can't fly in here.
Sprightly though, isn't he?
I beg your pardon.
Point of toilet.
Come on. Let me get out of the town. Damn it. Okay, here we go. Woo! Oh, I have infinite boost now? Yeah, I have infinite boost. Okay, shit. Wait, now it's not... What the... I don't get it. I don't know why it was infinite for a while. Hello. That's a lot of red arrows. That means fighting time! Alright, who wants to die?
You're making this too easy. Crucial.
Make you bop. Hello. Counter. Damn, I beat you to that bitch. You to that bitch. 2 seconds later, boing! Well, go ahead and put that on a clip button. That was worth it. Oh my god, that was hilarious.
Please meet me as soon as possible. I received an
It's not as bad. Exits the room to his left, past the room to his left, the bathroom to his right, enters the kitchen, turns left to toward the dining room. Yeah, that doesn't work. I can't do that. It doesn't work that way. I can't imagine the place before I make the actions happen. My brain just does not function like that. I have to have the environment before I can make events happen. Seeing it in my mind will not help me put them together. I appreciate the advice, though. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, saying your help is useless. I'm just saying this doesn't work for me. Fucking little box is in my way. You lucky bastard. There's a big skull here. It usually moves like an enemy here. I probably don't want to just jump off here. Up. Is there something down here? Something big and mean and angry. Rampant Dugbog. You? Can't be. That's it? That's level 25. What are we? This is a walk in the park. Easiest boss of the game so far. No touching with the tongue. I'm not into tonguing. Oh, that's 150 experience. I'll take it. That's a little bit closer. But you did make the city. Didn't come from nothing. You visualized that you made it. See, the other thing is, it's like it's also that's an artificial landscape, artificial scenario. I am much better at making artificial environments than I am natural ones. I can make cities, warehouses, buildings, stuff like that. I'm much more confident with that, and I can do that relatively well and not spend as much time just staring at a blank screen, hoping something will just spawn in my head. It's natural environments that are the problem. Hills, hillsides, grasslands, forests. I always feel like I'm either making too much or not enough. Like it's either going to be way too much open area and looks like there's nothing in the place, so it's completely empty, or it's crammed full of shit and nobody can do anything or see anything. But there's just too much stuff. And also the fact that I cannot visualize natural landscapes like that. Even if I were to try to imitate a real life natural landscape, it doesn't work in my head. I cannot put that together in my head with a palette in front of me like the ones that you get in RPG Maker. I turned the dog into a sheep. Alright then. That's something that I did. Here's him in front of you. I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't.
I better be careful.
That didn't work. Oh, thank you for blocking that. I wasn't aiming at you, but okay, you can take that. Sure. I was targeting that guy with Crucio, but the other guy stood in front of it and took the brunt of it. The fuck? Oh, you're an animagus. You're a shapeshifter. Transform animagus back to human form. I don't know how to do that. I'd rather just kill it. Think so. Yeah, I killed him quick. Counter! Oh, wasted that, because he was already dead.
My bite is my Confringo, Bovada, Defender. Cruising. Bombarder.
Hello, Hamura.
Freedom! Right, you move, then you move. Oh, it's just that easy.
Now then, which one of you is Biscuit?
Which one is Biscuit? Probably the one with the spots on it. I have to catch it with the freaking bag. Oh, good. This always works well. back here, you little shit.
I'm only trying to help.
Stop running. Catching shit in the bag, it's fucking bullshit.
Back to Cardiff, shall we?
Back to the town. I am not going to get this spell before I've got to wrap up for the night. Fuck me.
Should be hearing back.
I was hoping to get to 28 so I could get
Oh, my dear
a killing spell.
Garneth, I've rescued Biscuit.
You have? Oh, is she hurt? Was she frightened? Are you all right?
Metro landscapes is generally wild, disorganized, random.
Biscuit is fine.
There are some forests in real life that seem heavily ordered, like trees evenly lined in perfect rows of generally that do not spacing. The too close typically won't grow because the other trees roots are in the way. Yeah, I understand. I
Wait to
understand.
get her home. I so miss seeing her dance in the evenings.
I'm just
Such
saying
joy.
that it's not something that just comes to me. It's not something that I just. Okay, here we go. Making this, making this, making this, making this, making this, making this. Let's go, making. It doesn't work like that. Unlike everything else, pretty much everything else that I do in RPG Maker, I can just unfold things very quickly and very easily. It doesn't work with maps, and it frustrates me because it causes me to not want to work on it, and that just goes into a loop of continuous frustration.
You can have her back for the right price.
Of course, I would pay any amount for the safety of my dear Biscuit. Oh, my sweet little Biscuit, my wise, noble moon calf.
Yes, forget it. It's a cute animal. Give me my experience, please.
As I said before, you have restored my faith in wizard kind. You've restored at least a modicum of my faith in wizard kind.
Yes, I understand. Thank you. Can I please have some experience? 180. That'll do. I would like some more, but that'll do. Okay. Who else has got quests around here? I see a bunch of dots. Whatever this is, I'll do it. I just want experience. Yeah, obviously making the artificial environments is much easier because it is organized. You know, it's just the structure of the Vallero Tower is, you know, obviously very structured. All the floors are going to be looking the same. All the floors' designs are going to be the same.
No.
I can make them in. I can literally make one map and then copy and paste the rest of the rooms and stuff. And then what makes them different is what I put in them. You encounter an enemy in this room. Is there a broken wall in this room that you can walk into to end up on a room on the other side of the wall? Is there a treasure chest in this room? Is there a desk in that room? You know, that I get. That I can do. Still takes me a little bit of time. It's not exactly, you know, as easy as putting together battle mechanics or battle animations.
I can see why you said that. You do seem angry.
Of course
It's certainly way easier than trying to make a natural environment.
Due to his absurd overreaction to what is simply passion for my work. Supercilious fool. He's passionate about things too, as I intend to remind him by relieving him of his prized possession, a venomous tentacula he's grown from a seedling that was to be the keystone of our business venture. I can't get anywhere near it with Ruth Singer watching me like an augury. Lawley's doing, no doubt. But no one would suspect a student. How would you feel about committing some
kind of wish there was some
plant larceny?
I'll get the venomous tentacula for you.
Marvelous.
I
know a fellow seeker of justice when I see one.
The only thing I can say is I wish there was like some kind of
while you're in his cellar,
AI map generator, and I've already looked for some. And the only AI map generators I found are ones that make world maps, not the shit that I need.
Seems I need to find.
It's a medieval fantasy like world. Much of their natural landscapes aren't exactly natural. I have tried like going with like using Chrono Trigger as an example of like almost a sort of less is more type of thing. Like think about the usually what I try to do when I'm making a cave or a cavern locale is using the example of something like the caverns in the I forget which era it's in, but when you revisit Tyranno Lair, but like after the events of 65 million BC and Lavos crashes, you know, you revisit Tyranno Lair later, I think in 1000 BC or 1000 AD, and you know it's, you know, there's a lot of cave and cavern designs there, and I kind of go with that kind of concept. There's not a lot to it. It's usually all sectioned off into smaller cavernous, literally, areas with a few like steps or like bends here and there to give you some kind of illusion of height or distance or obstacle, you know. And so that has helped. But for me, it seems like when I try to emulate that, it comes off as empty. It comes off as bland and empty and devoid of
How to find that venomous tentacula? Better not let this
Fuck. Oh no, this is a stealth mission. Oh fuck, a duck. Abandon. I'm not doing stealth. I'm not in the mood for this. I just want experience. I don't want bullshit.
I'll fix him. That
fuck off, Acme Barnes. Is this the guy I'm talking? Yes, that's this guy. I don't give a shit. I'm not helping him. Give me somebody else. Sure. There's the paths that are Chrono Trigger into 6 mini RPGs you got to admit are quite deliberate. Yeah, I mean, that's also kind of my maybe that's my problem is I'm trying to come up with natural maps that are
Would you mind helping out an old woman?
that have a form, a path that you can obviously take, but still look like a natural area that you just happen to be taking the path that you need to get where you want to go.
Is everything all right?
And maybe that's just me overthinking it. Maybe I'm trying too hard and I could just make a natural map and it be uniform, but if I do it right and do it good enough, it can still look natural enough.
Hazel?
Yes.
While it still be uniform, while it still be organized and structured.
She doesn't like to leave the forest, so I visit her once a week to brush out her mane and bring her some treats. Her coat is glorious.
I really don't give a shit, lady.
The last time I saw her, we were violently attacked by a pack of wolves. Hazel, loyal friend that she is.
Your voice does not match what you look like. I'm just going to throw that out there right now. Your voice does not match how you look.
Sorry to hear that.
I want to help her, but she seems to have gone into hiding. Out of fear, I'd imagine. I know you Hogwarts students learn a fair bit about caring for beasts. Perhaps you could find my unicorn friend.
Oh no, I gotta catch another asshole in a bag. Fuck me.
I'll keep an eye out for your unicorn friend and take
better than stealth, though.
Oh, you've a good soul. I can always tell. Please, don't risk your own safety, though. I don't know precisely where she is, but I can tell you that her den is north of Hogsmeade. And although I haven't been able to brush her lately, I imagine she still has the brightest, most beautiful coat of her entire herd. Remember, you'll know her by her brilliant...
I need to look for a unicorn with a beautifully bright coat. It sounds as if she's in trouble.
No shit. Can't jump over that wall, God forbid. We're out of the town now. Damn it. Let me fly, god damn it. Well, I wasn't planning on doing this. I guess I'll talk to you.
Favor of you.
Hello. Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do? I'm Satirissa Tugwood.
Your hair is purple,
I have
by the way.
an exciting business proposition for you. Now, it may surprise you to learn that someone of my obvious esteemed lineage would be in business.
Very obvious.
But
I can tell by the purple hair.
I only want to help the less fortunate.
Uh-huh, sure.
How magnanimous.
Oh, there's more. You see, I've been experimenting with a new beauty cream.
Is that why your hair is purple?
A cream that will rid our glorious school of the hideous, greasy pustules plaguing our poor pubescent classmates. But I've run out of the key ingredient, booba-tuber pus. Booba-tubers do grow in the Forbidden Forest, however.
Yeah, she said boob tube. She certainly fucking did.
I can try and find some for you if I have the time.
Marvellous. I'd go myself, but I don't want to. I only need a few booba-tubers, but they grow wild, so you'll have to look around. Our spotty classmates are counting on you, so you mustn't tarry.
Into the Forbidden Forest for booba-tubers. I hope it's worth the risk.
Yeah, I'm going to look for boob tubes and I still can't fucking fly. I bear. Oh my god! Give me my fucking broom! It's just some bullshit. Let me get to this destination and I'll pump some iron and run your request for a lesson from the professor. Right now I got burps. Alright, okay, go. Oh, Jesus.
This is where Saccharissa said to go.
Alright, where are the boob tubes? Show me some boob tubes. Welcome to Video Gaming 101. I'm Professor Willie Longwoodcock. Lesson number 15. Any location that has been lost or believed to never have existed will appear or be discovered fairly easily. It's time for Commander Krim's Video Gaming Trivia. Type your answers in the chat. The correct response will be revealed in 30 seconds. Back, sorry. Took a few seconds longer than I anticipated. You ever looked at Mario and Luigi Brothership? What do you mean? Like 20 years left to load. Yeah, I've seen those examples before. There's things similar to it. Yeah, I know. I know. I feel like when I try doing that, it just never comes out that way. It comes out looking bad. As a game to play, I've never heard of it.
Revelio.
I don't even know what a boober tuber looks like. Oh, hello, forest troll. There's this here, at least at the fight. I'll take that. I mean, experience. And it takes care of that.
Oh, that smells awful. Only 4 more, thank goodness.
Apparently I found one. What is it? Is it a RPG? Is it just a... What kind of game is it? Info, man. Give me info. Yeah, give me a trailer. Why am I crawling so fucking slow?
It's been ages since I've found anything worth poking at crack.
Turn-based combat and platforming? Yeah, I don't know the platforming part of it. Bounce, bounce. Dude just standing there and suddenly he gets lifted into the air and beaten to the dirt. Alright, let me look at this thing. You guys probably can't hear it, but don't worry about it.
Luigi? Huh? Luigi! Yep.
Oh god, that platforming. That already is giving me ulcers. So there's dual techs. I do see a lot of Super Mario RPG mechanics in this. I mean, sort of, but not quite the same. I think there's a few moments like that there, right there, but it looks more like it's just, you know, platforming meets Super Mario RPG because it's got Turn-based combat, it looks like. There's like a dual tech there. Wait, that came out recently? November 7th? Oh. Oh, shit. I know. You said you heard it. I got it. Good to know for future reference. Better defense, but I lose 6 offense. This goes up by 48. That's pretty good, but again, like I don't really need it. Anyway. Okay. Need to find 3 more piles of shit. About the examples, yeah.
Rookwoods don't go down easy.
Oh, hello.
You'll need a big incendio. Bringo.
You're really gonna fight me right now? I mean, you could focus on the troll, but you know that's fine. That's fine. I'll deal with it. Deal with it, then I'll deal with you guys because you guys are assholes. Yeah, I've tried using stuff like that before, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just again over judging myself or under judging myself, whatever. I just feel like that what I make when I do try to follow those types of things, they still come out bad. I mean, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Either do it or don't. Stop bitching about it, Krim. Nobody gives a fuck. Do it or don't. Again, I appreciate your help, Xander. I'm not trying to be an asshole to you. I just need to, like, sack up and fucking do shit. Stop making excuses and being a pussy and bitch. Still did not find what I'm looking for. Spiders right here somewhere? Oh, what's that? Where'd they go? There's no way that Mandrake actually did enough damage to kill 3 spiders. Oh my god. Just want some experience to get to 28. Why is this so fucking annoying? There's dudes over here. I'm just gonna go fight them. The hell with missions.
A castle.
Predictable descent.
Boing. Damn. When you hit somebody with an anvil, you fucking hear it. Make you spontaneously combust.
Hogwarts is very lucky they've got protection charms, if you ask me.
Potato. Stupefy.
I got lucky that I hit the stairs with that. Okay. Boing. Maybe you don't think you don't care, but you're not so healthy. No, what I'm saying, I was talking to myself saying people don't care about your bitching. Stop bitching about it and just fucking do it, is what I'm getting at. I'm bitching at myself. I'm not bitching at any of you guys for any reason. If it comes out bad, who cares? Like I'm gonna get any money out of this anyway. Probably gonna suck regardless. It's something I create. You're welcome. Don't bother giving me any reward for helping you out. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't bother saying thank you or anything either. You know.
I heard.
Nah, you didn't hear shit. The explosion that was destroying your face. You might have heard that. Might have sounded like kaboom. God.
Show yourself.
Bounce. Bounce. Dead. Broken rib cage. That'll never not be funny. Stardew Valley creator, he expected everyone would hate it and find it boring. Well, I've never played Stardew Valley, and I don't think I know what it looks like. But every time I create something, it requires perfection. But it's just, that's just how things go with me. Everything that I do has to be perfect, otherwise nobody. Never mind, doesn't matter. Shut up, Krim! You're bitching about shit again and nobody wants to hear about. Shut the fuck up. Play the goddamn game. My god, my shit's not working. About to die to wolves because my shit wasn't working. My penis wasn't working. Common problem. I'm getting there. I think the experience is doing better than these damn quests. Okay, I say that, then now I can't find any enemies. Pull. Stick. Get the fuck up here. Get the fuck down. You know about the perfection bit? Well, I mean, just that's just in general. Whenever I do something, it's never enough. No matter how much effort I put into something, no matter what I do, either somebody else does it better with less effort, or I just am suddenly required to do more because it's not good enough. This is where my life has always been. I'm not trying to be a bitch again. I'm just stating facts. Father, relationships, friends, either that or I have to volunteer myself for whatever it is. And if I don't volunteer, I'm an asshole. It's just how things go with me. So I'm sure I could put all my best effort into this project, these projects, multiple, and do the best I can, and it's still not going to be good enough for people. They're still going to find huge problems with it. And when I think things like that, it makes me wonder why I even bother. Just stick to streaming. Saves me the stress and the guaranteed disappointment. Boom, bitch! Once I get to 27, oh, I found another one of those. Convenient. Once I get to 27, I'll have another mission that I could do that might get me closer. I think it's one for Natty, I think. 28's the goal. I'm not going to get it tonight. That really annoys me. Dude, it's not that short of a freaking cave. Just stand up, man. Dude, you're outside the cave. Stand the fuck up. Alright, let's go flying for more enemies. Circle! Thank fucking Christ. God damn. It's also because I'm not on my pills. So it's very easy for me to get into this mood. You know, fuck everything.
Is that... Good finger.
Do you really think...
Where's my force push? Bye, bitch. Bye, bitch. But
you're poaching.
I think she tried teleporting, and I killed her. That was unexpected. Then you do encounter more negatives than positive. It's still a learning experience, regardless of the siege or lack of. They should be the best feeling. No, it won't. No, if I get that many negatives, I'm not going to want to do it. I know myself too well. And it doesn't really matter how many negatives I get. I know I'm gonna quit. That's just how I am. I know the first time I get, especially if I do something that I think is a very unique thing, a unique idea, and someone crashes it, then I'm just not going to finish the project. I'm just going to give up. I know myself. I already know that's going to happen. Like the fact that I'm using Expedition 33's or like a version, you know, they inspired me to have unique combat systems for each of the characters. You get their own unique abilities and whatnot, like like Lune's stains and Gustav's overcharge, those kind of things. You know, I incorporated that into my RPG Maker projects, and thinking that it's a unique and good idea. And the first time I get I see a complaint about it, it's going to make me want to give up and just say, fuck it, I'm not going to make any more. I'm not going to bother making video games anymore. I'm not going to finish these projects. I'm not going to do another episode. I'm not going to do it. I know myself too well. I'm not good at handling criticism on something like that. It's just it's just my nature. Unfortunately, my idea of, you know, fuck it, I don't care, doesn't work with me on that. What I walked into, me copping a bitch about shit that nobody cares about. Me whining and complaining about things that are not real problems. You know, I'm complaining about my issues with not being able to make maps for my RPG Maker projects that I'm happy with. Meanwhile, people are dealing with real problems. I need shit to fight. I need, how much more? Almost 27. I get what you mean, but at the same time, no game will ever be for everyone. It's physically impossible to please everyone. I know that's true. And it's just, you know, I know it's just me being, you know, overreacting and being over dramatic. I know. I'm well aware. I'm very self-aware. But I also know myself. that if I put something unique into my game or games, and someone trashes it and says this was a terrible idea, it's actually going to kill my desire to want to work on anything further. It's already happened once. It's already happened once. Granted, it was not quite as dramatic as what I'm talking about, but I tried making a tutorial for the beginning of Volume 1, and when I let somebody play the demo, they called the training of the tutorial mode atrocious, and I ripped it out. I ripped it all out. Because I couldn't handle it. It pissed me off. Thought I saw targets for a second there. Decades ago, a vision of a statue from my fantasy world. I suck horribly at drawing people. Then decades later, I found a way to make it, but it was before AI art made a doll-like statue of the vision I had. Even though it was mega amateur, I cried when I was done. You have a target audience in mind? People with fingers that can play video games? Oh, not really. Can you play video games? Are you interested in JRPGs? There's my audience.
Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. Carefree got to get
Avoiding our problems.
Bombarda. Cruising.
It just comes from the fact that that I've it's just me not able to overcome my history of my own life. Like every time I try to do something and it's been down in some way, it just it nullifies my desire to work further on it. Like, I mean, it actually almost happened today when I posted about the I'll be perfectly honest, it almost happened today when I posted in the Discord about moving the Krim Community Night thing to Sunday. I thought it was a good idea, but one person gave some negative feedback, and I almost said, fuck it, never mind, I'm just going to leave it as it is. Now, granted, the person's negative feedback wasn't really negative so much as just saying they weren't interested in doing PvP, which, is understandable. Even with friends, I understand somebody not wanting to or feeling like doing it. I completely understand his perspective. I'm not trying to give shit to him at all. So it doesn't bother me as much. It's not like I'm actually going to give up on the thought or change my mind on it. But just seeing that negativity, that negative response to that suggestion, just it made me lose my my enthusiasm for it, for moving the day. But again, it was a temporary thing that just my brain that happens to happen with my brain, and it's fine. I didn't. It doesn't bother me anymore. But considering that kind of thing happened on something so minor as somebody saying they're just not interested in PvP, when I talk about moving the day over or moving the day around, just if that's minor, how am I going to deal with like a major negativity, like taking a shot at, like making a comment about how this or that or is something wrong in my video game? That's, well, it's still not major. That's more major than bitching about not wanting to do PvP in a PvP game mode. So I'm already prepared for the inevitable negativity to the game that's going to make me want to stop doing the rest of the series. I'm already prepared for it, and there's nothing I'm going to be able to do to prevent it. But wouldn't someone telling you it's the most brilliant thing you've seen in RPG make you feel good? Well, yeah, but that's not going to happen. Because my stuff, nothing that I create is ever that good. This is, again, not me. This is not me self-deprecating or talking shit about myself. I'm just stating facts, again. Generally don't give a rat's ass if people hate my vision if the statue came from the statue from my fantasy world. The fact that it's no longer just in my head, I can actually see it. Took a lot of back from crying. I understand that. I really do. I completely do understand that. I'm sure that once the project is done and I finally do get it uploaded, you know, even if it start with just volume 0 and get that actually completed and the full version of it, I'll probably even be like, you know, bursting at the seams once I get a demo up and like officially up. Not like the kind of demo I gave you, Xander, on volume 1, but any demo that I get out for official, you know, official air quotes will, you know, feel very accomplishing. I'm already aware of that. Whoa, what the fuck is that out there? I'm sorry, when did the Kraken come to Harry Potter world? Sorry, I'm not ADD, but can't prove otherwise right now. So yeah, I get that. I will probably feel extremely elated once I finish that project, or at least a demo of it, and get it out to the public, so to speak. But I'm also aware of the potential of my own brain just wanting to give up. Because it is a good idea, Krim. A longer community stream can't have negative pack in the longer. Oh, that part, yeah, that was just. That's just my, because I wasn't expecting it, and again, looking back on it, it's like it wasn't really him bitching about it, because he wasn't bitching about it. He was just giving his honest opinion, and I asked for that, so I have no reason to be upset, and I wasn't upset. It was just like, it was disappointing that I got negative feedback on what I thought was a good idea. But, you know, again, once I took a moment and stepped away from my disappointment, it made a lot of sense. It's understandable. He wasn't really taking a shot at the idea. He was just giving his honest opinion that I asked for. No right to be upset for it, or upset about it. Like, if you ask for somebody's opinion and the opinion they give you is not one that you like, you can't be upset about it. You can be disappointed that they didn't agree with it, or they don't, you know, they can just disappointed with their opinion, but you can't be upset about it because you asked for the opinion. Now, if they volunteered it, then yeah, you can talk shit all day to them. You wouldn't want to be a critic. I don't hold back my criticisms. I mean, yeah, it's a me thing. It's a completely me thing. I have no validation for it. I have no excuse for it. I have no valid reason for it being that way. That's just how my stupid brain works. And I can't divert from it. I can't avoid that. It's not something that I do consciously either. So much so that I know that if I get a negative, I'm already aware I'm going to get negative reviews. That's not, I mean, that's, they're like you said, there's no such thing as a perfect game. There's going to be negative reviews. That's not it. It's just more like, if I come up with an idea that I think is very unique for my game or my series or something, and someone shits on it in some way, it's going to absolutely just make me lose faith in anything that I do and not want to continue the series or continue doing anything in relation to creating a game. That's not, like I said, it's not a conscious thing. That's just what happens. It's like, if you put your hand in a fire, it's going to fucking burn your hand. There's nothing you can do about it to prevent that. It's going to fucking burn your hand. A negative comment is the fire, and my brain just burns. That's just how it works. No, that's true. And you know, and he was very constructive with his feedback. And again, I think also part of it. Oh yeah, there's level 27. Part of it might have been because I deliberately sent it to him, expecting negative feedback, because it was also going to be constructive criticism. It was going to be something that I needed to hear because I needed a test subject, and Xander was my test subject for volume 1, my volume 1 demo. Excuse me, sorry. Let's travel. Not anywhere close. Yeah, that's relatively close, but not really. Anyway, Krim, I started RPG Maker much earlier than you did. Here you are way, way ahead of me. A lot of times asking you how the hell you did your thing.
I wonder if I'm safe to explore in there.
It's true. That is true. I can't. You've absolutely been asked. You've asked for my advice before. You're absolutely right. I can't deny that. Maybe play the demo at least 10 to 15 times. I have most of it memorized. That in mind, you probably actually know more about it than I do. As for me, it's like, this usually. I say that because when I create things, they're usually in my head first. Obviously, duh. But like the ideas I have for certain things, I eventually have to write them down. I have to put them on paper. Hi, comment. I have to put them on paper because if I don't put them on paper, I'm going to forget them. Which is why I've got like, I wish you guys could see, I have like practically a library of notepads that are roughly about 4 inches tall that are just filled with random notes on video game ideas that I had, whether it related to RPGs or other projects I wanted to do way back when.
I take it this means you had some
Those
luck
bees
in
are
the
flying
library.
very close to my face. They're actually in my face.
But I think this might be the cave Dora
So,
told us
like,
about.
once I get them out and they're now on my head, once I get these thoughts out of my head and onto paper, I feel better because I won't worry about forgetting them. I have these ideas for a certain scene in a game that's going to unfold a specific way because I'm inspired by something that I saw or heard or whatever, and I want to unfold this way. I have to write this down because if I don't, I'm going to forget it, and it's going to be lost to the dark corners of time.
Well, we're here. We might.
I know there was a writer. My first project that got absolutely anywhere beyond the pre-alpha, so to speak, stage. Wasn't a short story, not a novella, but instead a full-on novel. She pointed out the fact that it was a big step. Was she right? Yeah, absolutely. Was I going to give up on it? Fuck no. And I'm not. I don't know how else to word it, but it's just it's an unfortunate makeup of my brain that it's not that I really can't stand criticism so much. I think it's more just
Suppose we'll find out, won't we?
if I go with something, if I don't like get a previous opinion on it, like if I were like, for example, if I were to get Xander, you've seen my demo of Volume 1. What I've added to it since then is like so much more, including things like adding the Expedition 33 style combat system to each character. I did that completely on my own. What the fuck is coming out of that door? That's really weird. I did that completely on my own. I didn't ask you, as an example, what do you think of me adding Expedition 33 type mechanics to that? And because I don't ask the opinion of those types of things or have somebody to relay these thoughts off of, I have to just go with them as I think of them. And when I do that and they come back negative, I feel I failed because it means to me that my ideas just suck. That, Krim, your ideas are just stupid. They just suck. And that's just how my brain operates. There better not be a spider in there. No, there was not a spider. There was two. Did you end up finishing Legacy or in post-game? No, I have not finished Legacy. We are not in post-game. I did find out that the killing curse requires a mission that requires level 28. And so what I've been doing is running around trying to get experience so I can get to level 28 so I can go get Avril Lavigne Kadabba Rabba 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 Lamba 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 Lamba. I'm just trying to get a bunch of experience, and the missions I'm finding aren't really doing it for me. doing a bunch of shit like fucking stealth missions and rescuing shit and putting it in a bag and rescuing beasts and throwing them in a bag, and you know, this is one of the few missions that's actually got combat in it and stuff. So I've just been running around fighting shit, getting experience off of fighting. I feel like it's been more consistent than getting experience through quests.
What is going on with that?
Now that I'm on level 27, which I can do her mission now, that'll hopefully will be a good boosted experience when I get there. Well, I'm about the opposite in that regard. If I don't write it down, my mind won't quit reminding me of it. I can only forget it if I ironically write it down. Yeah, like, I mean, that's what I mean. Is like, I feel like if I don't write it down, I'm going to forget it. Then once I do write it down, it's like, okay, it's on paper now. It's going to be, the paper will not disappear like my memory will. And it's good. This idea I have for this next scenery or this conversation or this battle animation or battle mechanic is written down. I can reference it again and I remember everything that I was thinking about. If you can achieve that, I'd be more blown away. Achieve which part? Whichever one it was on the final boss phases thingamajig. Darth has mentioned to me. I don't remember which one it is. I know which one you're talking about. See, that's the thing is, Darth actually made up Darth made up the list of what each number is, and I need to actually, like, he sent me the cheat sheet, and I never actually remembered to find a way to get it easily accessible to myself, so I can reference it easily. So here's what we'll do. We'll just guess and hope that I guessed right. Welcome to Video Gaming 101. I'm Professor Willie Longwoodcock. Lesson number 17. Any weapons or armor that have been missing for years, centuries, or millennia will be discovered fairly easily and will still be in perfect condition, ready for immediate use, with no signs of time, wear, or disrepair. I guessed wrong. Oh well. No. You are. He's probably in bed. Just like, let's see, it's 9 o'clock here. It's like 4 a.m. for him. RPG Maker doesn't exactly make adding those types of mechanics easy, like bloody effing difficult because it's 2D characters, not 3D characters. Well, what I'm doing is like, okay, Mael has her stances, right? She has virtuous stance. She's got stanceless. She's got offensive stance and defensive stance. Well, what I did for Volume 1 is I kind of like molded that a bit and gave it to Zero. So now Zero, depending on what ability that you have him use, he might go into a crouch stance. Or he uses another ability while he's in crouch stance, then he goes into a prone stance. And each of these different stances gives him a different stat buff. So when if he's normally standing, he has no buffs. He's normal stats no matter what. If he's knelt down, his aim is better because you're thinking he's a gun. He has a gun, right? He's aiming down sights while kneeling. Your gun's going to be more stable, so you have more stability. You're going to be more accurate. You're also going to be harder to hit because you're a smaller target, right? So your defense is up. But you're on your knees, so you can't move as easily, so your speed goes down, right? Okay. Same thing for prone, the prone stance or prone positioning. When you lay down, you're going to have super accuracy usually because you don't have a lot of things moving around. You're going to have the stability of the ground, so your accuracy is going to be better. Therefore, your damage is better. But because you're laying down, when you're laying down, so you're harder to hit as well. So your defense goes up. But while you're laying down, obviously you certainly cannot move as well as you could if you were standing up. So your agility goes down. So these each of those different stances has a really incredible high amount of buffs, but also a pretty considerable debuff as well. So that's what That's what Zero has now. Thank you, Comet. So that's the kind of mechanics I've been integrating into the game. Is like just those kind of things. I'm not doing things like parries or dodges or even QTE attacks. I'm not doing any of that. Strictly just character-based combat mechanics. Strictly character-based. Like Lune has her stains, right? Like you cast an ice spell, she gets an ice stain that she can use on a fire spell to make it more powerful, something like that, right? That's the kind of the enhancements that I added, that kind of systems I added to the Crimson Chronicles overall. Every game, every character will have those types of mechanics. Something that will differentiate that character over the character's overall gameplay from another character, even in different games or same game. Because again, remember that in the final episode, all these characters are going to be teaming together for the final fights. And so they all need to have different mechanics. So when you go into that final game where you have all the characters, you still have all these different mechanics to remember and deal with, you know? And it's not going to be like oh, well, this character is just another one of these characters, just a duplicate, you know? I mean, stances, those are more doable. Stances in something I haven't seen well in the RPG. Yeah, those types of, the mechanics of Expedition 33's character combat specialties, those are things that I added. Nothing really else in relation to it, short of like, I kind of like made it similar descriptions of abilities. I'm also changing how the equipment is. Instead of having armor and like shields, I'm very much using the Pictos and Lumina's, sort of Lumina's, not quite Lumina's. I'm sort of using the Pictos style setup, right? So you have, or actually you're using the skills and Pictos style setup for the characters, right? Each character will have 6 slots that you can fit 6 different skills into. You put each one of those skills into it, and those are the skills that you have for that character for as long as you want. You can learn new skills by buying them at stores or, you know, getting them from chests or whatever, but you get new skills that are going to be equipment. They're going to be considered, the game's mechanics will be considered equipment, but they'll be just, you know, whatever. They'll be like Pictos or whatever, but they're skills. You can put them anywhere you want, those are your skills. And then you have 3 more slots that are going to be essentially your accessories. That's where the Pictos comes in. You set this accessory, and maybe this accessory gives you 10% attack boost, or resistance to fire magic, or if you do an attack, instead of getting just 1 AP back, you get 3 AP back, you know, something to that extent. That's the idea. So I've taken more than just one idea of mechanics from X33. Mary Ben Kill, Clea, Aline, Alicia. Well, unfortunately, Alicia is 16. So we're gonna have to put her on the kill list. I would absolutely bang Clea because I got a thing for that cleavage that she shows in the game. But goddamn, is she a bitch? As long as she keeps her mouth shut, I will bang her all night long. That means that what's leaving me with is Aline, and she's got problems, you know? She's got problems. Like, she has an unhealthy obsession over her son. Very unhealthy. Still underneath. At least he's 18. Well, I mean, that's the problem with doing that, is because they're never going to be 18. You can never, get out of my way, Rocks. You can never do that kind of thing. It's why I need to remove Riku from my waifu list, because she's never going to grow up. She's always going to be 17. Alicia's always going to be 16. Tifa's always going to be 20. Even 30 years from now, those triple D breasts are never going to sag because she's, 50 years old. We gotta pull a butterfly from here if it's like it was before. Maybe we don't. These things have been 8 for decades. Exactly, yeah.
Vipers.
I beg your pardon?
This must be how the
I mean,
rumor about the cave started. The Whooper song
I'd like to
set
say
anyone who
that,
hears it mad.
sure, you know, Riku, to an extent, Mael, I guess, you know, would be okay and acceptable because at 16, you know, nobody really bats an eye if a 16-year-old's attracted to another 16-year-old. You still kind of go, you shouldn't do that. You're underage. No, naughty, naughty. But nobody really cares. But a 40-year-old saying it, people really frown upon that. People probably frown on a 40-year-old talking about, you know, simping on a 20-year-old, but at least a 20-year-old is 20. So it's just better off not to. It's just better off not to. The people get uptight and uncomfortable.
Why am I not surprised?
About what?
First the Whoopers and now this.
A brass wall? Why is it surprising? Why would that be surprising? Oh shit, this puzzle again. Okay, so we got Tetris block and circle and crop circles. Crop circles.
We need to find moths for those spinners.
3 vaginas and crop circles? Okay. Crop circles. 3 vaginas. Three vaginas and whatever the hell that thing is. There's the whatever the hell that thing is. And 3 vaginas again. And then, wasn't there one more? Yeah, there's that thing and the crop circle.
Perhaps the runes on the walls have something to do with finding the moths.
Yes, I know, Poppy. Shut the fuck up. I got them already. Jesus. But it makes sense because they're using guns, which you can use in Volume 0 as well. Well, I mean, they are. Like the... what makes sense? Did I miss something? Oh, the stances. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that part of it for Zero, for example, yeah. Well, the other characters of Volume 1 have other mechanics that have nothing to do with stances. Like, nothing at all. Completely separate thing. Faith has a mechanic strictly related to using fire spells. Well, it's called thermal, but they're fire spells, essentially. We gotta light up, right? Nope, wrong one. Where's my freaking light?
Lumos.
Anytime she uses, if I recall right, anytime Faith uses a thermal skill, she gains like a buff. She gains like a point toward, oh my god. Oh, I see how this is gonna not work. She gains a point toward this thermal-based stat. And at will, she can use these points that she's built up to do various things that will affect the gameplay. Like she can use those fire stacks to increase everybody's defense, or increase her own offensive abilities, or something to that effect. Essentially, then she just gets stacks that do certain things. Okay, so there's 2 in here. We need to get 1 more. We know there's 1 back in the previous area, but how do we get it over here? Well, yeah, but it's now that I've been focusing on Volume 0, I've kind of forgotten like everything that I did in Volume 1, or not everything, but I've forgotten like some of the details of things I did in Volume 1 because I've been focusing more on Volume 0's progress. Thermal is heat, which is fire. Yeah. the more fire spells she casts, the more she gains a stack of those fire with those fire spells that she can use to turn it into different things. And where's that other? Okay, so we need 4 moths to open that thing. I'm missing one. All 4 of these are open.
Lumos.
This one's already open. There's already 2 on this one. Wait, yeah. So we need 1 more. Wait. What the fuck? There's 2 on this one, there's 2 on this one, so what's the problem? Oh, wait. Oh, fuck me running.
If we pull the rings and match the runes, I suspect we'll find the moths. Another obstacle. No matter.
Puppy.
I'm sure we can work out a way across.
You could do some of this shit, you know.
Lumos.
Merlin, it's beautiful.
Bye. Oh, fuck. Never mind.
Lumos.
Gotta do that 2 more times. One Souls like game I play, I haven't gotten far into it, is Neo, and that thing has tons of stances, high, mid, low. High does more damage but uses more stamina and less hits. Mid is balanced. Low does the least damage, least stamina used, but way more hits. There are dozens of stances per weapon type. Yeah, I've heard Neo is very wide ranged on that. The idea of stances isn't really that new. Jedi Academy and Jedi Outcast had it. Depending on the saber type you chose, you can actually flip between different stances that affect how effective your saber is. Obviously, the slower your attack stance is, the more damage it deals. So you can attack really quick and deal tiny damage per slash, or you can attack real slow and deal a huge amount of damage if you connect. Really, it's just the balance between it's what I talked about before, like it's minigun versus rocket launcher.
Lumos.
Do you want to hit something really fast a lot of times for very little damage per hit, or do you want to hit it once for a fuck ton of damage? Me personally, I'm more of the minigun type than the rocket launcher type. I'd rather have a minigun that shoots 100,000 bullets, dealing 1 damage per bullet, than fire 1 rocket that does 100,000 damage. What did that do? Oh, me. I see what it do.
Lumos.
I got Lumos the other one. Oh, there it goes. Let's do this. Especially the boss didn't follow me. Neo Combat is great, in my opinion. The only good thing about at least Neo 1. Oh, there's a third one, because Neo 3 came out recently, I think, didn't it?
I was hoping we wouldn't have to do this again.
Yes, pretty much. Now, take Crucio to the face. Pussy arrow? Did I say pussy arrow? Dark Souls 1 through 3 sort of similar to Neo, but their case is weight and reload speed related. Heavier it is, more damage, but god awful slow, whereas lighter it is, less damage, wicked fast. So very much, you know, very much Monster Hunter type thing as well.
Should we take a closer look?
I mean, think about like the Great Sword. Slow as fuck, but deals a metric fuck ton of damage. Versus the Dual Blades, super fast, super high speed attacks, but they deal like a tenth of the damage. Wow, gear that actually is level 28. And it's not really that good. I mean, I gain 28 defensive points, but I lose my offense. Is that a whirlpool? Loosh. Okay, yeah, it's a whirlpool, all right. Teleportation whirlpool. We're back in. We're back Link to the Past.
Merlin, it's even more beautiful close up.
How'd you get here?
It's got to be here. I just know it. Given what Fwooper's
You ever
meant
use the
to
Silver
be,
Sword Twin
never
Blades
thought
are
I'd
just
be
that
so
good?
happy to see this many of them.
I don't know. I've been listening to them for a while now, and I'm starting to lose my mind.
Very funny. I was just thinking how it's proof that poachers haven't been here, assuming this is where the Moonstone is. Which means we're one step ahead of them. Well, we found what we came for. Now we just need to bring it to the henge.
Well done, Poppy. This did end up being the right cave after all.
A good thing, too. We need every advantage over the poachers if we're to get to the Snidgets first. We should do as Doran suggested and bring the Moonstone to the henge.
Shall we?
We shall. If we leave now, we should make it there by nightfall.
Neo 3 dropped recently and I want to play it despite not enjoying 1 and 2 all that much. I think I have one of the Neos. Maybe 2, maybe Neo 1 and 2. Like free on Game Pass or something like that.
We're here. I'm not entirely sure how.
Knowing that it's a Souls-like is concerning because it's just it's the intimidation of knowing that it's a Souls-like, right? Same as Elden Ring. And I've already played some of Elden Ring, and I've said many times before that I have not gotten frustrated with any of the bosses that I've fought because anytime I've lost or died, it's because I messed up. I misread a tell. I dodged left when I should have dodged forward. I didn't. I thought he was going to swing once instead he swung twice. You know, something that I fucked up. Not like some absolutely bullshit mechanic that is some unblockable skill, or you know, like take for example like the red glowing skills of the character of the enemies in Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor. That's a bullshit mechanic to me. That's a bullshit mechanic that you're forced to do one type of defensive option in that situation, no matter what. Which also puts you out of position to counterattack, because whenever Cal dodges, he dodges like 500 miles away. So by the time you recover from that dodge roll animation, and the enemy has recovered from their attack animation, so you can't take advantage of that miss. That's a bullshit mechanic to me. So far, what I've done in Elden Ring, that has not been an issue. I have not come across bullshit mechanics that piss me off. My dying is because I made a mistake. I fucked up. And so if that's how I'm going to be dealing, if that's what's going to happen to me in other Souls-like games, I don't need to be worried as much. But the thing is, it's like, not only am I intimidated by the notorious difficulty of Souls-like games, but I'm also concerned / intimidated by the potential to get frustrated. I worry about getting frustrated because of the difficulty of Soulsborne games. And I don't want to start a game that's going to make me frustrated and quit it. Especially this year, for example, because I think I've already quit like 2 games already this year. I quit playing Metaphor and Chaos Hunters. Or Demon Hunters, sorry.
I don't think Doran would knowingly send us into danger.
Neo 1 has a pretty egregious difficulty spike for its first true boss.
Nothing. Let's make our way down.
I mean, I'm not intending to do like every single Soulsborne game. But, I feel like if I can finish Elden Ring, like if I can beat Elden Ring, then maybe I can take on some other
doing, by the way?
Souls games, something like fucking shit, something like
I still feel terrible that I'm the reason they went there.
Something like Lies of P. I keep trying to say Lies of P, and my brain keeps wanting me to say The Last of Us. The Last of Us is not a Souls game. Fucking hell. I haven't gotten that far. No. I'm still very early. The last time I played Elden Ring, which has been easily over a year and a half now. I don't think I played it all in 2025. I had gotten to a castle. And that probably doesn't narrow it down very much. It's probably like 1,000 castles. But I got to a castle. And I've beaten... The last boss I recall beating was the dude on the natural wooden bridge. Or no, not wooden bridge. The natural, bridge, the entire boss fight takes place on a rather narrow passage. He has, a couple of different forms.
That was a mooncalf dance. Do you know how rare it is to see?
It's open air.
One?
It's an open air fight. It's not like it's inside a cave or anything.
Though I suppose the moonstone allowed it to happen.
Margot might have been his name. That does sound familiar.
No one pattern is ever the same, though. We'll need to draw this one to get a better sense of it.
That's probably.
Grand I've managed to.
There's about 30. Yeah, that's what I say. There's probably like 1,000 castles. So me saying last time I played, I was at a castle. Oh yeah, well that really narrows it down. Why don't you say I'm playing Mass Effect and I'm on a planet? That really narrows it down.
Well, the night I met Highwing, actually,
If you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to.
Margaret, not Margaret, whatever. Fuck ever. Margaret, Margot,
Highwing had been captured
Marge Simpson.
They planned to sell her,
whatever.
But soon decided they wanted to kill her instead. More money, I suppose. I'd finally had enough. I freed Highwing and we ran. We'd flown for ages when I spotted mooncalves dancing below and we...
I remember,
it felt like an omen.
Story spoilers don't matter to me because I don't think Elden Ring's story has that all been in my head. I don't think I know, I couldn't tell you anything about the story other than I'm a person who's being followed around by Beatrix's twin sister from Final Fantasy IX. And it's a giant glowing tree that I'm going for.
Merlin, I don't know what to say, Poppy.
We're trying to fight Margot again later, but he's named Morgott.
I never
So the Margot is even funnier of a misspell.
The older I got, the more apparent it became. Gran tried for years to convince my parents to let me live with
I
her.
would like to play some
Suffice
more
it to say,
action-based
when I
games.
left with Highwing, I
Unsolved
flew
stories are
straight
discovered,
for
so
her
yeah, I mean,
house.
just, yeah, I think that
I'm glad you
for the
escaped.
most part, from how
So-
I understand, like things like Dark Souls and
many
Elden Ring,
creatures I was
they're
unable to
not
help when I was
necessarily
younger. Now
story-based
that's all I
games.
want to
They're
do.
not story-driven. They're purely just challenging, slashing, or stabbing, or whatever through enemy. That's all those games are. The story is
I've had a
second
bit of help.
to the
I've never
combat.
told anyone any of this, but I'm glad that you know. It's nice to have someone to talk about
That's
it
when
with.
it feels properly balanced.
I'm glad you told me.
We should get back to Doran. He'll need to see the symbol, and we've got poachers to beat.
I do want to. I watched BMO and one other guy play Elden Ring, Lies of P, and I feel I can do it. I feel I can.
Are you finished with the drawing?
Just barely.
I just need to sack up and do it.
Patterns are
I just need to sack up and do it.
At least that's what it looks like.
Didn't the journal say the key to finding the Snidget lies in the moonlight?
Of course. That's it.
Let me ask you
We
guys'
need to
opinion
show
on
this
this
to Doran.
thing, since
Not
you
that I
guys seem to know
where
a bit
find him
about
at this hour.
a
Perhaps
bit
we
more
should
about
head back to the
roguelites
castle
and stuff like
we
that
can
than I
track him
do.
down after a good night's sleep.
Knowing what you guys do about roguelites like Returnal, and knowing how much I bitched about it when I played Returnal,
I'm ready to leave if you are.
versus something like Elden Ring or Lies of P, in your opinion, what's a more difficult game? Dark Souls / Elden Ring / Bloodborne, or roguelites like Hades or Returnal? Where? Useless. Absolutely useless. The fact that it's good. I played DS1 possibly 40 times. I never beat it, but all I know is what happens in the intro and for the story that I know. It's possible to answer because they aren't comparable. Okay, I suppose that's fair. That's fair enough assessment. Because it's like, I couldn't complete Returnal because it's said before, I've gotten annoyed by how death, the punishment for death, I feel is too severe, like far too severe. You lose all your equipment, basically. Most of your upgrades that you get are gone. All that stuff disappears. And that made me not want to finish the game. But if the difficulty of Elden Ring, I mean, I already know that dying in Elden Ring, the punishment for that is like practically nothing. Oh, you lost your experience, but you spawn right outside the boss room. Okay, go back into the boss room, pick up your experience, boom, you're right back to where you were. There really is no punishment as long as you don't die again before you get that experience back, or the runes or whatever they're called in Elden Ring. Yeah, you said play Hades. Well, I would show off Hades. I've already seen some of Hades gameplay. That's not what I'm worried about. You know, seeing the gameplay and experiencing it myself, as far as like the difficulty, it's not going to be the thing. It's just like I have to know that dying is not going to result in losing so much progress, like so much. And yeah, Returnal was fun and good. I even played it with BMO, and we had fun with it, but we both agreed that when we did die, it was too much of a penalty. The loss was too great. And it goes back to the whole thing I was talking about a minute ago. When you die in Elden Ring at a boss, you spawn right outside the boss room again. in Returnal, you die at a boss, you go all the way back to the very beginning of the game again, and you have to travel through all of the biomes and all the zones again to get back to the boss and fight him. That does not work for me. That does not work for me on a systematic level because my brain learns patterns and stuff from bosses after repeated, continuous fighting. If I go and fight a boss and I die to that boss and I respawn 15, 20 minutes back and spend 15, 20 minutes to get back to the boss, any patterning I'd learned from that boss is gone. It's completely gone. And so when I step back into that boss fight again, it's like I'm fighting him for the first time. And then I don't remember the patterns, or I might occasionally see something that I recognize, and then I lose and die again, go back 15 minutes back to the beginning, and I gotta spend another 15 minutes getting through there, and what little I might have gained does not stay, and it's gone by the time I get back. That loop does not work with me. It does not work with me. That's why I feel that Souls games, or at least Elden Ring, is better, because if I die, I'm right back outside the boss room. I can take what knowledge I learned and go right back in. I don't have to worry about forgetting anything, trying to travel back there. Again, I'm just explaining how my brain goes. Hades does have permanent upgrades you can buy, as most of the genre, if I recall. I mean, I don't know what the entire mechanic of a roguelike is. Is it the fact that you go into, is a roguelike strictly just randomly created environments? So like you travel through room A, room B, room C, you fight the boss in room C, and you die in room C. Next time you pass through rooms A and B, they're going to be different. They're going to look different. Is that what a roguelite is? Or is roguelite literally just, you die, you lose everything, you have to start from zero again? Hi again, comment. Hit the nail around the head as to why boss runbacks suck. Much as I love Silk Song, I fucking hate how every other boss is a bullshit runback. Yes, that's another thing that's like, I don't want to get involved with Hollow Knight. I've heard Hollow Knight's really good. That I've never played a Metroidvania, ever played a Metroidvania. And if that's how Metroidvanias work, I don't think I'm going to do that either. I'll stream like some screen transition. I probably should do something like that, shouldn't I? Should make a Comet tail or Comet face screen transition, just like, meow. Also, hi, Nobleman. Roguelike is you die and game kills you. Roguelite is more... Roguelite... There's a... Wait, what? Roguelite and roguelike? There's two different types? Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, let me read this again, then. Roguelike is you die and game kills you. Roguelite is more forgiving and doesn't have harsh death mechanics. Okay, so... Returnal is a roguelike. Dead Cells considered a roguelite, if I recall. I don't know what Dead Cells is. Never heard of Dead Cells. So Returnal sounds like a roguelike, and judging by what you're explaining of Hades, randomly generated world with permadeath, every run you get to try out new builds and whatnot also usually requires several playthroughs because of different endings and whatnot. Well, I mean, that's not anything new. Dead Cells is Prestige. What the fuck is Prestige? Roguelite is more forgiving and doesn't have harsh death mechanics. Yeah, randomly generated world is fine. That's actually that's a cool concept, I admit. Because if you do like die and you have to go back through, a 5 or 10 minute area, or like, like I said, zone A, zone B, to get back to zone C, that kind of thing. That's kind of cool that the environment changes. I did notice and like that about Returnal, but it's the fact that if I could just like in Returnal, if I died and I just had to travel through 2 new zones or whatever to get back to the boss, that would be fine if I kept all my stuff, but I have to go back and regather all my weapons, regather all my upgrades, to get before I get back to the boss. Otherwise, I'm going into the boss fight with my dick hanging out of my pants. That's pretty much all I've got. And that's more time lost because I'm having to go find that stuff than just go straight in and go back to the boss. That's just more time for my brain to forget the mechanics. Another comet dissolve swipe. You progress, you die. I can't weigh in much here because I've played very few roguelites likes. Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind playing them if they are not like Returnal. If they're less Returnal, I might be willing to play some more of them. If there's still too much penalty for death, in my own opinion, then I guess roguelikes are just going to be a genre that I don't play. I mean, I'm a variety streamer. I will play just about any type of game except Fortnite. But if I have to blacklist roguelikes or roguelites, fine. What exactly was so punishing about Returnal? Well, it's just what I explained. You know, you have to go when you go fight. If you are killed, boss, random encounter, whatever. If you're killed, you go back to the very beginning of the game, all the way back. The environments change and all that, just like a regular roguelike does, like by your description. But all your equipment, all your upgrades, short of like a few actual permanent upgrades, but the vast majority of your upgrades on all your equipment, all your weapons, gone. Completely gone. No checkpoints. So if you've managed to go out into a dungeon and you've picked up a really awesome assault rifle and you've used it, you can actually level up your weapons as you're using it. You've got a let's just say level 9 assault rifle. You go to fight that boss and you die, that level 9 assault rifle vanishes. And you respawn at the beginning with your piece of shit pistol. And again, you have to go take that piece of shit pistol and then go travel through all the areas again to get back to the boss room. Meanwhile, having to go find new weapons and those upgrades that you lost, and not like pick them up again because they're going to be where you died. No, they're gone. So you got to go find new upgrades or get new upgrades and upgrade again and pick up all the shit in order to level back up, in order to put yourself back into a position to feel good enough to go fight the boss again. You can't just, I mean, you could, but you'd be pretty difficult. You'd be pretty weak. Just go straight from the respawn back to the boss. That's too much of a penalty. Death is too much of a penalty for death is too much. Is too much. Darkest Dungeon. Like is Darkest Dungeon, roguelike. See, the problem with that, Xander, is neither one of those explains anything to me. Because I've never seen or played either of those games. I appreciate you trying to help, but that doesn't do anything for me. And I would need games that I know or seen. I've never seen either of those. Dark Souls is a light because there's no permadeath and no game over. But Dark Souls isn't a roguelike because the areas, the environments are not randomized. They're not randomly generated. It's very brutal. I like the way you put that. Isn't that part of what makes the roguelites what they are? Is randomized environments? Procedurally generated? In Hades' case, you get six weapons to choose from. You upgrade the weapons through your build. Clearing a room gives you a choice between a few boons from gods to mix up your build. Okay. Now, if you're killed, do those upgrades vanish? Like, say you upgrade, I don't know what all the upgrades are, but let me just put it in terms that I can understand. Let's say you have a sword, and you upgrade the sword to do 10 damage instead of 5 damage. If you die, does that sword suddenly go back to doing 5 damage, or do you keep that 10 damage? That's what I'm talking about. Rogues don't have to be procedural, but they both can be. Okay, I gotcha. Well, just tell me about Hades. In Hades, if you upgrade your weapon using the description you just said, you get 6 weapons to choose from. You upgrade the weapons through your build. Okay, those upgrades that you get, do those upgrades vanish if you die? It's yes or no. Do those upgrades vanish if you die? You lose the boons, yes, but from my understanding experience, builds are fairly quick to get going because rooms are so fast. Okay. All right. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That is definitely not what Returnal does. Returnal's areas are quite large. And the other thing is those upgrades are also, they take a while to get there. The upgrades in Returnal. As you level up weapons, it requires a lot of experience on those weapons, requires a lot of usage to get back up to where you had those weapons when you died. And that's also assuming that you got those same weapons again, because the weapon variety is pretty vast. So the assault rifle you pick up on one trip through may be completely different than the assault rifle that you get on a separate trip through. So it's just a different type of weapon. Even though it's still an assault rifle, maybe it shoots, faster faster ammo or something like that. Hades, you start from the very beginning? No shit. Sorry, I had to pick on that line there, Xander. You get upgrades, you lose almost everything on death, but story progresses and you get access to much more as you die more. Okay. Also, weapon plays differently. Offhand, you get a sword, spear, shield, bow, gauntlets. I remember the other one. Well, okay, that's not anything different. That's not anything new. Different weapons do different things in every game. An assault rifle and a rocket launcher do different things. So that's not anything. That's not anything special. You lose almost everything on death, but story progresses and you get access to much more as you die more. It seems, because you haven't played From Software games, a lot of weapons that From Soft games play the same unless you're Bloodborne, where every weapon plays different. No, I have not. I've only played Elden Ring. And I've only played what little I have played of Elden Ring. I've never played any other Souls game or Soulsborne game ever. Ever. Elden Ring was my first foray into Soulsborne games. Beating Hades on your first playthrough is far harder than beating on the 3rd to 10th run. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you just said you get access to more stuff. That's actually kind of interesting to see. Like, new upgrades become available to you on new runs after death. That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't think Returnal had that. Pretty sure they didn't. Unlock more as you die. Yeah, that seems beneficial. That does seem better. Like, just going on what you guys are explaining, that seems much more tolerable to me. It would not surprise me if my first roguelike experience was probably one of the hardest roguelikes in existence. Go figure. Way to go, me. When your very first run, you practically have nothing, which, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, look at Final Fantasy VII. You start Final Fantasy VII with Cloud and a Buster Sword, 2 materia slots, and an Iron Bangle with 1 slot. Woo. That's pretty much nothing as well. Granted, if you die to Carry Armor or Demon's Gate, you don't respawn back at Sector 7 or Sector 1 reactor and having to do it all again. They didn't expect that was possible? Some people have far more talent than obviously I do. You think a lot of these Final Fantasy VII are roguelike now? The reason while that would be probably pretty interesting, the reason I don't think that would be possible is mostly because of, game triggers. It's kind of obvious as to why, besides age, but just like game triggers in general. The way the game the way the game like tracks your progression through the story, it would not be able to put you back to that point and allow you to basically play the game again from zero because of the limitations of the system, but also of the progress of the game. I mean, I guess, yeah, technically true, but you did say there's not like randomization. The randomization is not a key part of roguelites, so yeah, if you play 7 without saves, then yeah, that's true. It'd be fine, it's 7. So technically, with that definition in mind, any game that has a save system technically could be a roguelike. Because if you don't ever save the game and you die, you got to start from 0. Am I right? Nova's like, fuck no. That's not how that shit works, Krim. Just get good, bro. You actually, Evan, you bring up something that I do want to point out about Final Fantasy VII. There is a mod for Final Fantasy VII. It's a gameplay mod. It's called True Necrosis. It's one I wouldn't mind giving a try. It's sort of a speedrun test, but not specifically meant for speedruns. But what it is the game has been modded to where all of your characters have max health, 9,999 HP. They start with 9,999 HP and 999 MP. And everything else in the game is the same, except that you cannot heal in any way. Tents do not heal anything. You can't rest in to restore your HP or MP. No, there's no healing spells. Cure, Curaga, Full Cure, Phoenix Downs, life spells, full life. None of that works or exists. And the whole point is to go from the beginning of the game to the end of the game on 9,999 HP and 999 MP, and all the way through. Now, the reason that's kind of a speed run test is because you want to avoid fights as much as possible and get through the game as fast as possible because you cannot recover anything that you lose as far as HP goes. And it actually is, on the surface, it sounds brutal, but like thinking about it with my knowledge I have of 7, I don't think it's actually that bad. The only parts of the game that I feel would be truly challenging would honestly be the 2 big skill check bosses of OG7, and that's Demon's Gate at the Temple of the Ancients and Carry Armor at Junon Harbor, at the underwater reactor. How many times have you played 7? Way more than 7. Probably, I would not be surprised if I played it more than 20 times. Through the different challenges I've done, through the different mod, well, I've only done like one real mod, which is a new threat, but done different challenges, different ways to play the game. It's a lot. It's a lot. You play it 69 times. That may be a little bit of a high number, but still funny. I feel that, and maybe Sephiroth, or any other enemy that can do like instant kill, that would be a problem. But see, the other thing is you can kind of manipulate how well that works short of Cloud, because everybody has that advantage, right? Everybody has the 9,999 HP, and you get characters through later parts of the game. It's not like you get all your characters at the very beginning. So if you have, let's say you have Cloud, Tifa, and Barret throughout most of the game, but Tifa and Barret are getting really close to death by the time you reach Sephiroth, you can actually change them out for anybody else, change them out for Vincent and Ket Shi. Well, why you'd want to, but let's just say them. And you would have a fresh 9,999 HP dual set of characters to take on Sephiroth with. So like there's ways to make that work with an ensemble cast of 8 to 9 characters. That really wouldn't be that difficult. Yeah, it's the Ket Shi. Get over it, nobleman. Dies of the Crater, game sends it back to the beginning of Midgar. Yeah. Why is everyone on Twitch got to be about challenge runs anyway, especially the Dark Souls, Elden categories? Because some people like the games that much. Some people like to play a game they really enjoy, and they want to play it differently. I mean, I've done that. I did a no materia run in Final Fantasy VII where nobody was ever equipped with materia ever. I did a no encounters run, so I played the whole game and turned off random encounters. So I never had random encounters. The only time I had any battles was ones that were like event based, forced by like bosses, or like you're going up the elevator in Shinra Tower, whatever, and those encounters there. Anything that's a forced battle, that I had to do. But there were no random battles. And I started but never finished a challenge where you cannot use shops. And I wouldn't mind revisiting that one. That's kind of an interesting challenge. But going to, never using shops. So anytime, or I should say like this, you have all the items and materia and equipment that you use have to be gotten through drops from enemies, from steals, from morphs, or from boxes, like treasure chests in the environment. You cannot use a shop for anything at all. So that's a pretty interesting challenge I wouldn't mind revisiting. Every video game is a challenge run by default. I mean, I guess that's true. Sometimes people just love a game enough they want to play it a different way. Some do speed runs where they try to get through the game as fast as possible. Those are the ones that I don't really get because I don't really like the idea of rushing through a game, which is kind of what's, again, a downside of the Necrosis mod is essentially it's a speed run because you're trying to get through it as fast as possible with the literally limited amount of HP that you have. But, it's just, there's some people who like to play Elden Ring with the whatever that naked class is called. I think it's called the Wretch or something, where you have no armor, no weapons or anything. You go in with you're literally just walking around with your loincloth on. So, anyway, that's going to do it for me. We're going to go, despite what I talked about in the Discord, we are going to go ahead and do community night tomorrow night, like we have been for the past, I think 12 weeks or something like that. But probably starting not this coming Sunday, but next Sunday, we will probably start doing Krim community days, community Sundays instead of community nights on Fridays. It's more time for more people to be able to get involved. People who are able to, more people will be able to talk on microphones because they won't be, having to stay up late at night and wake up other people. Because we're playing in the middle of the day, usually, more or less. So, yeah, community, yeah, with 2 M's. So, yeah, that's gonna start being on Sunday, starting next Sunday, not this coming Sunday. So we'll be back tomorrow night for the community games. So see y'all tomorrow night at 5:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I appreciate it. Let's see if we can go raid real fast. We got a few people in here we can go bother somebody with. Who's on? Taylon's on. Go say hi to him. He's always a fun guy to go visit. Fantasia Neo Dimension, Resident Evil 4. Let's go see how Aurora is doing in Resident Evil 4. Yeah, let's go see how Aurora is doing in Resident Evil 4.
Resident Evil 4.
Oh, hey, God. Shut up, me. Ew. Oh, God. Ew. Me. Ew. Oh, ew. All right. Remain Aurora, who is playing Final Fantasy, Resident Evil 4. I will see you all tomorrow night for Community Night. Until then, have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.